Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Border clashes between Thailand and Cambodia intensify as the death toll rises and thousands flee. President Trump attacks Europe and says Russia has the upper hand in the war with Ukraine. And the world's first ban on social media for under-16s comes into effect in Australia. Now, fighting between Thailand and Cambodia over a disputed border is continuing to spread and thousands of people have been displaced. Both sides blame each other for the fresh wave of clashes, with Cambodia claiming 2 more civilians were killed overnight. Meanwhile, Thailand has reported that at least 3 soldiers have been killed. For more on this, I'm joined by our correspondent, Patrick Falk. Patrick, thank you so much for joining us this evening. What are the latest details and how severe is the situation right now?
Well, it's the second day of clashes between the two countries, and it certainly seems as though the situation is becoming more serious. It's gotten more intensified over the last 24 hours. Fighting has broken out in 9 provinces along the disputed border area, and the Thai Air Force has confirmed that it launched a second day of airstrikes, although it declined to give any further details. The death toll is also rising. You mentioned that on the Thai side, they say that 3 of their soldiers have been killed and dozens others wounded as well. The Cambodian side says 9 civilians are dead and about 20 wounded. The Thai army previously said that it was only targeting Cambodian military infrastructure. It's not clear if that's still the case, but also the humanitarian situation is becoming more serious. You talked about the people that were being displaced. Thailand is saying that it has evacuated around 100,000 people living around border areas on its side, and Cambodia says it's evacuated around 20,000 people from its side. This latest violence that we're seeing is the worst since the clashes that erupted in July. We saw 40 people killed then after 5 days of fighting. But this situation now, this re-escalation of violence, is looking like it could be every bit as severe, if not worse.
And Patrick, as you say, the clashes are intensifying, but can you tell us more about how the latest round of fighting actually erupted in the very first place?
Yeah, well, look, it's very difficult to say. Both sides blame the other. And look, this is part of a long-running dispute over the border that's lasted for decades. And it's really reignited over the last year. Now, the fighting in July was followed by a ceasefire deal that was brokered by Malaysian Prime Minister and US President Donald Trump. But the Thai authorities say that, or they paused that deal last month after saying that a landmine blast had killed several of its soldiers. Now, the situation as it stands is that both sides are blaming the other for launching strikes early on Monday morning. The Cambodian side said that it comes after days of provocations from the Thai military. But, you know, there is this blame game that's going on right now. And it's very difficult to say who exactly is responsible for this latest reigniting of hostilities.
And the ceasefire deal was claimed as a historic achievement by President Donald Trump. What has the reaction been from the US? Have we had any as of yet?
Well, there's been a muted response from the White House so far. President Trump has called on both sides to honor the ceasefire deal. We're perhaps going to hear more from him in the coming hours. We have also heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio that has called for both sides to cease hostilities altogether. But, you know, importantly, remember, this ceasefire deal came under tariff pressure pressure from Washington, and a lot of people have been saying that the ceasefire deal is on the brink of collapse now. I think that's perhaps a little bit optimistic. A lot of people might say that it has gone completely out of the window, but the Thai foreign minister has said that tariffs mustn't be used to try and bring Bangkok back to the joint declaration or back to the negotiating table, and that the two things really need to be kept separate.
And what room is there to bring the two sides together now and find a solution to what is becoming a bigger crisis?
Well, this is a major situation for the ASEAN region. Malaysia has said that the region can't afford for these sorts of long-running disputes to turn into cyclical confrontations. They are trying to call for calm right now, but equally, it's difficult to get the two sides to talk to each other. Cambodia, we're hearing, are saying that they are ready to engage in talks. So that's according to a senior advisor to Cambodia's Prime Minister. But Thailand, it seems, may not be ready for dialogue right now. Previously, Thailand's Prime Minister has said that nobody should be calling on Thailand for restraint, and that if they want the hostilities to stop, they need to stop the aggressor.
Patrick Falk, as always, thank you so much for joining us. President Trump has said Russia has the upper hand and his Ukrainian counterpart Zelenskyy needs to get his act together, whilst talking about the war between Russia and Ukraine during an interview with Politico's Dasha Burns. In the wide-ranging interview, he also attacked European leaders and described the continent as decaying. Take a listen.
Your team has been going back and forth between Putin and Zelenskyy with various drafts of a peace deal. Which country right now is in the stronger negotiating position?
Well, there can be no question about it. It's Russia. It's a much bigger country. It's a war that should have never happened. Frankly, it wouldn't have happened if I were president, and it didn't happen for 4 years. I watched that taking place, and I said, wow, they're going to cause some problems here. And it started, and it could have evolved into World War III, frankly. I think it's probably not going to be happening now. I think if I weren't president, you could have had World War III. I think you would have had a much bigger problem than you have right now. But right now, it's a big problem. It's a big problem for Europe, and they're not handling it well.
For more on this, I'm joined by Professor at University of Southeastern Norway, Glenn Deason. Glenn, thank you so much for your time this evening. It's great to have you on the show with me. I just want to reflect a little bit about what we just heard from Donald Trump in an interview with Politico. The US president says Russia has the upper hand in peace negotiations and Volodymyr Zelenskyy needs to start accepting things. Why is the US administration siding with Russia on the Ukraine war at this very moment?
Well, I don't think he's siding with Russia. I think it's just recognizing reality. That is, we've been fighting this proxy war against Russia for the past 4 years, but it's a war of attrition in which you exhaust the adversary until the adversary collapses. Now, long story short, NATO ran out of weapons as well as Ukrainian soldiers. So in NATO lost this war. So the longer one waits for a settlement, the worse that deal is going to be, because now that the Ukrainian army is collapsing, the Russians will move forward faster and faster, taking more and more strategic territory. And this is the thing. If they don't get a deal, peace deal, where Ukraine commits to return to its neutrality, then Russia will simply seize the territory, which it can't afford to see being lost to NATO. So I think it's just in the self-interest of the United States to recognize that the war has come to an end and that they lost it.
Zelenskyy is going to share an updated peace plan with the US today, saying there's still no agreement on giving up land. Will Russia accept the agreement on this basis, or is land the Kremlin's top prize? Because, Professor, this seems to be one of the major sticking points at the moment.
No, you're correct. And again, if we go back to the beginning of 2022, the main thing the Russians asked for in Istanbul was neutrality. But of course, it's been 4 years of fighting since, and NATO got more and more involved. Indeed, we crossed the line between a proxy war and a direct war, which is why now the Russians see territorial control as being a guarantee that the neutrality will stick. In other words, there's less of Ukraine that can be used as a front line against Russia in the future. So this is how the Russians see it. So I don't think that the Russians will be willing to give any concessions on this territory. Well, they would be willing to give some concessions. I don't think they would be willing to give up Donbass.
Professor Glenn, we seem to have lost your line there. I do apologise. Hopefully we can get him back up. If not, we were just speaking to him about the latest interview that Donald Trump had been doing on Politico. Professor Glenn, I do think we have you back on the line, do we? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sorry, I'm not sure what happened there.
No, that's absolutely no problem. Sometimes the internet does fail us. But we're just talking there about what concessions Russia could maybe have in place that it could agree to in order to end the fighting, because we spoke about land and territory, and that's probably not one of them.
Well, what can't be negotiated is what is seen as having started the war, which was the coup in 2014, that is, which stripped Ukraine of its neutrality. So the main source, the main foundation of any peace agreement has to be for Ukraine to restore its neutrality. This places some strict limitations on what kind of security guarantees they will accept from NATO. And of course, after 4 years, they also want the territorial concessions. Now, on this, I don't think there's that much they can compromise on. Like I said, Donbass is not up for compromise. I think Zaporizhia and Kherson, they're willing to stop where they are now. I think that kind of concession they could give. The size of the Ukrainian army, they would be willing to negotiate. The extent to which the existing regime in Kiev stays, I think also possible that there's some room for negotiation. But the issue of neutrality and Donbass, I don't think the Russians will move at all.
And as we have this discussion right now, you and I, men are dying on the front line, and President Trump is putting lots of energy into this peace agreement. Is Putin preparing for more war, not a peace plan, and to ignore Trump's demands to stop fighting?
Well, here's the thing, that the Russians, they believe that they are fighting a war which is an existential threat. That is, as the Russians have been saying for years and years, NATO in Ukraine is an existential threat. So this is a war they think they can't walk away from. This is why they set there's very clear objectives, which are, many of them are non-negotiable. They will either achieve them through war or diplomacy. That is, for NATO to back away from Ukraine. Again, for the Russians, it would be as if Russia would establish military bases and missile systems in Mexico. It's just, it's not acceptable. So the Russians have been asking essentially for some common European security architecture for the past 35 years. And now, of course, that it's not just existential, but they're also winning this war. I don't think they're going to be willing to make any concessions on the key demands. But again, there's a historical opportunity here. That is, that the United States seems very willing to end essentially the past 100 years of confrontation and seek some kind of a peaceful coexistence with Russia to essentially adjust to this new multipolar world. So I think that in light of this, there's many in Moscow now who would like to make some concessions to Trump to change this relationship, to end this zero-sum rivalry which we've had for so long. But at the same time, they do recognize that this has been a proxy war. That is, it's Americans who've been fighting the Russians primarily. It's Americans' weapons, logistics, intelligence, targeting, war planning, financing. So a lot of these missiles as well are operated and fired by American contractors. So this has been an American-led war, the way they see it, which has cost the lives of tens of thousands of Russians. So they don't know who the new government in Washington will be. So they're a bit of confronted with a dilemma. They have an historical opportunity to improve relations with the United States now. On the other hand, they don't want to put themselves in a vulnerable position.
And I just want to ask you a final question, because, as I was saying, Donald Trump has launched this wide-ranging attack on European leaders in an interview with Politico. And what do you make of the new US security strategy, which has been interpreted differently by various different people? Is this a divorce from Europe? And what is Trump's view on Europe right now?
Well, I don't think it's a complete divorce, but it's deprioritizing Europe. That is, under the hegemonic order after the Cold War, then the US pursued global primacy. To do this, they partnered up primarily with the Europeans to have collective hegemony. This is why NATO expansion became a core component of US security strategy. But now the reality of the world is that it's multipolar, has many centers of power, China being the leading one after the US. So given that the world is multipolar, the US will have other strategic interests. Its main interest will be to shore up its control over the Western Hemisphere, and the second will be to confront or contain China in Asia. Europe perhaps comes in at a far third, but maybe in the Middle East will be a higher priority. So Europe is no longer high priority, and the United States doesn't really want to waste that much more resources. They want to take their finite resources and prioritize on other regions. And also there's a concern about the more ideologies we see now in Europe. So and again, I do agree that the European leaders interpret this very hostile, because this new security strategy points out that the European countries are becoming more authoritarian in terms of marginalizing political opposition, the media. And so for this reason, even encouraging the United States suggests it will seek to cultivate an opposition to counter this European elites. And of course, the US would like also to end the NATO expansionism. Again, as this belongs to the old hegemonic order, which is dying, or is already gone. So I think it's just the United States adjusting to a multipolar world according to a very Kissinger view.
Glenn Deason, it was brilliant to speak to you. Thank you so much for your analysis and time. We're now joined by defence and security analyst Tobias Alwood. Tobias, great to have you on the show. I don't know if you were just hearing my conversation there with Professor Glenn, but I just want to ask you the very same question that I asked him. What do you make of the new national security strategy? Do you think Europe is alone, or is it the US readjusting?
Yes, well, good evening. I did hear those comments. I was baffled, but not surprised, I suppose, to see him putting that case forward that Russia is the innocent party here, and Ukraine should really give up a lot of its territory, including Donbass as well, and Odessa, the port. Yes, you're right. Turning to Trump's national security strategy, it's been a difficult year with the American president in charge. Europe has shown huge patience with him, going to almost embarrassing lengths. We've seen leader after leader going into the White House, stroking his ego, praising his leadership, flattering him in the hope of avoiding tariffs, keeping him engaged with Europe, and hopefully against Russia. And the evidence was already there that that strategy wasn't working, seeing how Trump treated President Zelenskyy back in the Oval Office in February, I think it was, halting weapons deliveries, cutting intelligence aid and so on. And of course, that embarrassing Alaska summit, bringing in Putin from the cold. But all that subservience, where has it ended up? We've been tiptoeing around Trump, fearing he might walk away. And now he has. It's confirmed in the national security strategy. It makes it official. America is embarking on a seismic ideological shift in global engagement. It's becoming more isolationist. It's less engaged in defending global order as a whole, but specifically it's dialing back from Europe. So it's quite right that European officials, that capital cities now talk to each other in recognizing that despite what the last contributor said, Russia remains a threat to all of Europe, not least Ukraine. It's now up to us to put this fire out if America is choosing to step back.
And in an interview with Politico, Trump also accused Ukraine's European allies of talking too much and not delivering for the war-torn country. Any surprises in Trump's latest interview doubling down on Europe? And Tobias, does he actually have a point? Because a lot of the time we speak to each other and it seems like Europe are always having talks about talks.
It is, but why are we having talks about talks? I mean, you make such an important point. The reason why we've had talks about talks is because we've been waiting for Donald Trump to somehow use the power of the White House to strike a deal. And attempt after attempt has clearly failed. But it's not just failed because the effort by America. It's because America was pursuing a very different outcome. It simply wants a fast deal so America can start trading with Russia, bring Putin in from the cold. That is the distinct difference between European thinking that treats Russia as an ideological threat and America that simply thinks this is all going to go away if some sort of deal is signed. I've said on this program, I think in the past, every day Britain is somehow attacked by Russia. Our territorial waters are infiltrated by Russian boats now. We have undersea cables threatened, cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns. This is today. Imagine what would happen if Russia was successful in Ukraine. It would only get worse. And it's very sad that America doesn't see this, see the wider threat that Russia poses against Europe. And to have Europe and America not on the same page when the rest of the world is also becoming increasingly unstable actually shows you that 2025 is probably the year that our global order has finally crumbled.
Definitely, we're seeing a big change in our global order. But Tobias, you're a military man yourself. How desperate is Ukraine for a ceasefire? As Russia's top general says Moscow's forces are advancing along the entire front line. And we keep on getting news about the fact that Russia are on the front foot. They do have more men and they are winning this.
Yes, and this is the perhaps embarrassment for NATO, the most formidable military alliance the world has ever seen, on its doorstep, unable to deal with the threat from Russia, using the excuse that Ukraine is not actually a member of NATO. Now realizing, and you saw this with the previous outgoing NATO Secretary General saying we should have done more early on. There's constant public debate about each weapon system or going up in escalation of lethality to help Ukraine. Now that America is stopping the slowness of the debate, the discussion of how to support Ukraine, it's now for the rest of Europe to rally together to give the lethality that they require and use those frozen assets to support Ukraine's funding of its war.
But Tobias, it's interesting. You talk to me about frozen assets, but there's a debate about frozen assets right now too, and them not being released. Yeah. We see Europe once again stuck in that situation, and that's what Donald Trump's saying. They're just talking. Nothing's really been done. But Zelenskyy has been on a charm offensive around Europe. We've seen that. He's also preparing to deliver an updated peace plan to the US. I mean, right now, after our discussion and after what Donald Trump said to Politico, he's in a difficult spot. Does he have any leverage left whatsoever?
Look, let's not kid ourselves that America actually was on the same side as Europe in the long term. Trump simply wanted a short-term deal, as I stressed, to somehow rekindle a relationship with Russia. It's absolutely bizarre that a country that was at the forefront of standing up to the Soviet Union doesn't recognize that Russia has not changed its spots. And until that happens, I'm afraid America is going to absent itself from supporting efforts in Europe. That is the reality check that we now need to face. And what is very apparent is if that European leaders don't give Ukraine support, then the conflict will spread beyond Ukraine itself. That's what's keeping us up at night in the rest of Europe. And now that America has stepped back, that's at least provided clarity, and we can stop this hesitance that you've mentioned a couple of times as to why we're not doing enough to actually push Russia and help Ukraine.
And Tobias, if Donald Trump just says, OK, I'm walking away from this, like you said, he wants a quick deal. It hasn't happened. He said originally I could end this war in 24 hours. He's now saying it's the hardest one I've ever had to settle because there's so much hate between Zelenskyy and Putin. If he says I'm done, what happens then?
Well, I don't think we should even contemplate him remaining inside the conversation. He's now made it clear through that Politico interview that he actually wants to help the right-wing parties across Europe cause more political discord unless European countries are more subservient to American thinking and helping the America First agenda. And no country in their right mind is going to go down that road. But the bigger picture is, as I stressed a number of times now, is that America has no interest in European security per se. I could see Donald Trump pulling military assets out of Europe and moving them in other parts of the world. So at least we know where we stand with America. We should not keep the charade going any further, but work together to provide Ukraine the necessary support that they need in order to be able to stand up to Russia. If that doesn't happen, as I say, wider conflict in Europe is going to be inevitable.
It's a scary prospect, Tobias Elwood, but thank you as always for your analysis and insight.
Thank you.
Japanese authorities are calling for people to watch for strong aftershocks following a 7.6 magnitude earthquake in the country's north late last night. The earthquake set off emergency alarms and triggered a tsunami warning in the Tohoku region, which is located close to the epicenter of the massive 2011 earthquake and tsunami. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
An unwelcome reminder of Japan's seismic vulnerability. The midnight shake forced 90,000 people to evacuate their northern Japan homes into freezing winter conditions. Nearly 1,000 of the temporarily displaced sheltered at nearby self-defense force bases on Tuesday as the temperature dropped below -7 degrees Celsius. The tremor triggered emergency alarms and tsunami warnings. The highest recorded wave hit 70 centimeters in nearby Iwate Prefecture. While some water leaked from a nearby nuclear processing plant, most of the area's nuclear reactors were not affected. At least 34 people were injured, mostly from falling debris. More than 1,000 homes were without water on Tuesday due to damaged pipes. Nearly 200 schools were closed as dozens remained in evacuation centers. Authorities are now taking stock of the damage.
We are continuing efforts to release information on damage. In addition, it has been assessed that the likelihood of a large-scale earthquake occurring in the region has elevated, and an advisory notice for heightened caution has been issued for the Hokkaido and Sanriku areas.
Japan's bullet train system resumed on Tuesday and power was restored to nearly 10,000 households, but the danger has not passed. Authorities are urging people on Tohoku to stay vigilant for at least a week, as experts believe that this earthquake may have been caused by a fresh rupture in a fault line which increases the chance of large aftershocks of magnitude 7 or even higher. Analysts say it may be part of a 20-year cycle of large earthquakes for the area. Japan is prone to earthquakes and is prepared with alert systems and reinforced buildings, which may be cold comfort for locals who have to wait out the aftershocks and hope a big one doesn't strike again. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English, Tokyo.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Sudan's Air Force has carried out airstrikes that killed at least 1,700 civilians, targeting homes, markets, schools, and a displaced persons camp, according to a new investigation. The Sudan Witness Project says the attacks use unguided bombs in densely populated areas and highlighted repeated strikes on residential neighborhoods and essential facilities. The owners of a Goa nightclub where a fire killed 25 people fled the country hours after the tragedy. Police say the Lutra brothers flew to Thailand and have appealed to Interpol to track them down. Investigators believe the blaze was sparked by fireworks inside the venue. 5 people remain in hospital. A Beijing court has ordered Malaysia Airlines to pay more than £300,000 to the families of 8 passengers who were on board the missing flight MH370. The compensation covers funeral costs, emotional distress and the death of loved ones. Most passengers were Chinese and their families continue to seek answers after the plane vanished in 2014. The search for the plane are set to resume later this month. The US has deported a second group of Iranian nationals. Officials in Tehran have confirmed it comes as the Trump administration continues strict immigration enforcement. Over 15 Iranians flew from Arizona to Iran, including some who face persecution at home. Critics called the removals death flights, while Iranian authorities said the deportees agreed to return. Australia's social media ban for under-16s has come into effect, with platforms like Instagram, TikTok and YouTube being forced to block more than 1 million accounts. In a world first, the new law, which started from midnight, means 10 of the biggest social media companies will have to block all Australians under 16 or risk being fined up to $33 million. The latest regulation has been criticised by major tech firms. For more on this, I'm joined by psychotherapist Lucy Beresford. Lucy, thank you so much for joining me this evening. So as I said there, the world's first ban on social media for under-16s has now come into effect in Australia. Why is the country actually doing this?
Well, they've read a lot of the research which suggests that because of the plasticity of the adolescent brain, having too much exposure to social media, but in particular the algorithms of these social media platforms, is actually harming not just brain development, but also social skills and mental health. And some of the most alarming statistics are around asking children, which I think we should still call these individuals children, between the age of 13 and 18, whether they felt happy after using social media or whether they felt more negatively about themselves, about the world, about their mood. And there are some really disturbing statistics to show that girls in particular, nearly 2/3 of girls, report feeling more depressed or more anxious when using social media. And even for boys, it is just around 40 to 45% feeling more negatively about themselves or about life in general. And we don't really want small people in this world to have that additional burden. So what Australia's governments have done is that they have said, right, this is going to be a universal ban. And what that does, because in other countries, particularly in the UK, there are bans that are often implemented school by school. But what that does is that it means that there are some people who are allowed to use social media at the age of 16, 15, 14, and in other schools, they're not allowed to. So that peer pressure creates different emotional struggles for children. Whereas in Australia, the ban is going to be outright for all children under 16. And I think that's the way to go.
And you say you think it's the way to go, but critics suggest this ban could also isolate vulnerable teenagers and push children into unregulated corners of the internet, because we do know that people obviously would make a plan to get around this ban that's in place. What do you make of the concerns that critics have?
Well, I thought it was very interesting in your talk-up that you referenced that some of the criticism is coming from tech companies. So, of course, they have a vested interest in wanting to have as many pairs of eyes watching their content as possible, because that's how they run their advertising model. So that kind of criticism doesn't necessarily touch the sides for me. I do worry about the fact that some children might think that actually, yes, if I can't get onto a regulated site, then I might try and get onto an unregulated site. But I still think that this ban is going to be a good thing for the vast, vast majority of children under 16. And the reason I say that is because some of that content that they could have exposure to is really, really atrocious and damaging. We're talking about violent content, we're talking about deeply pornographic content that isn't just titillating, but it's actually obscene and damaging to observe. And that actually affects how children interact in relationships going forward as adults. So I think it's very important that this ban is not only happening in Australia, but it actually gets replicated in other countries once they see that actually it can be engineered, that it can actually take place, that you can take on the tech bros, as it were, and the tech companies. But I think it's far more worrying to think that there is content that is readily available for adolescents to find. It could be, it's just very worrying content. And the harder we make it for children to access it, the better.
And, you know, we're just talking there about how worrying this content is and how difficult it is for children when they look at these apps and social media for so long. They may be depressed when they come off it. And I'm an adult myself and I look at social media and I think we all get those feelings. So this conversation Lucy is having around the world in all households, people of all ages, about screen time, about what to watch, about knowing what's real and what's AI. What do you suggest that people need to do in order to have this healthy relationship with social media and put boundaries in? Because it's really difficult. I'm guilty myself of getting into group doom scrolling at some points.
Well, I'm very grateful for your authenticity there, because you're absolutely right. Most grown-ups are guilty of some of this behavior, and that's part of the way in which we could change the conversation. Children are very imitative creatures. Well, human beings in general are, but children in particular learn about how to function in the world by copying the grown-ups. So if the grown-ups are doom scrolling, if the grown-ups are using their phones as a sort of comfort blanket in so many situations, then the children will learn that that's okay too. So in a way, the hardest thing for the grown-ups in the room is about saying, don't do as I do, do as I say, and then maybe change our behavior as well. Because as you say, we are just as prone to having our mood, our well-being, our sense of wellness being dismantled and affected by the amount of content that we're consuming. And therefore, it's about, on a daily basis, monitoring that consumption and modeling that effectively, whether you're a teacher, a parent, a grandparent, or someone who's running a social club, modeling for our younger generation a better way to deal with something that is very important. And as you said in an earlier question, it does enable people to feel connected, but you need to understand how to make it work for you. And the adults are as guilty of that as the children.
Yes, I can be very guilty of it. But Lucy Beresford, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for speaking to me. Let's take a look at the top business news now. US President Donald Trump says NVIDIA can sell its AI chips to approved customers in China, a move aimed to protect national security and support American jobs. The decision also applies to other US chip makers like AMD. NVIDIA welcomed the move and its shares rose slightly. Turning to all the sports news now, and Mo Salah will not be playing for Liverpool in today's Champions League clash against Inter Milan. The 33-year-old winger has been left out of the squad following an explosive interview where he said he was thrown under the bus by the club and that his relationship with manager Arne Slot had broken down. Salah is set to join Egypt for the Africa Cup of Nations next week and may also miss Liverpool's Premier League game against Brighton. A reminder of our top stories. Border clashes between Thailand and Cambodia intensify as the death toll rises and thousands flee. President Trump attacks Europe and says Russia has the upper hand in the war with Ukraine. And the world's first ban on social media for under-16s comes into effect in Australia. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye, and as always, thank you for joining us.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International coverage was dominated by the London meeting between Starmer, Macron, Merz and Zelenskyy, which underscored Europe's effort to stay aligned on Ukraine. In the Middle East, new estimates warned that Gaza's reconstruction could exceed $70 billion and take years. And in the U.S., domestic stories drew focus: a defense bill that could force Pete Hegseth to release contested strike videos, and the resignation of New Jersey's top prosecutor, a close Trump ally, amid mounting scrutiny. American media depicted the London meeting as Europe firmly backing Zelenskyy while distancing itself from the U.S. peace plan. Reports stress that neither Kiev nor European leaders will accept territorial concessions, underscoring growing transatlantic friction. Now, overall, the coverage frames the summit as unity in Europe and uncertainty in Washington's approach. The Washington Post reported that European leaders in London privately expressed deep frustration with Donald Trump's peace plan, viewing it as heavily shaped by Moscow and politically impossible for Kiev to accept. Also, the piece recounts how Zelenskyy told them he cannot endorse a proposal implying territorial concessions, while the Europeans warned that U.S. pressure is undermining unity. The piece reveals also growing alarm in European capitals that Washington's new strategy sidelines Europe and risks forcing Ukraine into a deal that weakens its long-term security. Politico revealed that in recent U.S.-Ukraine negotiations, Washington continues to push Kiev to withdraw from the remaining parts of Donbass not currently occupied by Russia, effectively ceding them without a full Russian victory. According to a European official quoted in the report, the U.S. insists on territorial concessions as the basis of any peace deal, a stance that risks framing Ukraine's compliance as inevitable. Also, the piece highlights the mounting concern in Kiev and among European allies that U.S. pressure may force Ukraine to abandon territory under duress, potentially undermining its sovereignty and future security. British media described the meeting as a serious attempt to rebuild a united European front under Keir Starmer's leadership, highlighting renewed backing for Ukraine, plans to ramp up pressure on Russia and a pledge to insist on a fair and lasting peace rather than compromise under foreign pressure. The Times reported that UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer said a deal to release up to £100 billion in frozen Russian assets for Ukraine is close, signalling a major breakthrough in funding for Kiev. The piece explains that Starmer, speaking after talks with Volodymyr Zelenskyy, Emmanuel Macron, and also Friedrich Merz, portrayed the move as a demonstration of European resolve. He framed the funding as essential to Ukraine's defense and reconstruction, underscoring London's readiness to increase pressure on Russia if political will holds. The Telegraph commented on the London meeting with this cartoon that pokes fun at what went on in 10 Downing Street yesterday. As you can see in the cartoon right now, the French president is sitting in the middle, looking tense, with Keir Starmer on one side and the German chancellor on the other. Starmer bangs on the table, saying Europe must stand up to a dictator, but the chancellor replies, "Enough about Trump. What about Putin?" The cartoon shows how uneasy and frustrated Europe feels and how Trump's ideas are adding pressure to the already difficult situation in Ukraine. French media generally presented the London meeting as a renewed show of European solidarity with Ukraine, stressing that Emmanuel Macron and France remained firmly committed to Kiev and welcomed a collective European contribution to any peace framework rather than a US-only deal. Le Figaro highlights how European leaders closed ranks behind Volodymyr Zelenskyy during their meeting in London, resisting US pressure from President Trump to accept a Russia-leaning peace plan. Now, the piece describes how Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor stressed solidarity with Ukraine and also insisted that any ceasefire must be fair and respect Kiev's sovereignty. It concludes that while Europe remains wary of key elements of the American proposal, leaders still hope for eventual convergence with Washington as negotiations continue. German media focused on skepticism and caution. Coverage noted that Friedrich Merz voiced doubts about key parts of the US-backed proposal, emphasizing that Europe must preserve Ukraine's sovereignty and avoid hasty territorial concessions. Deutsche Welle highlights Germany's firm and cautious stance at the London meeting. It notes that the Chancellor reaffirmed unwavering European support for Kiev, framing Ukraine's fate as inseparable from Europe's own security. The piece contends that his comments signaled German alignment with France and the UK in resisting US pressure for rapid concessions. The report shows Berlin insisting that any deal must be reshaped with strong European input and closely coordinated with Kiev. Moving on to the Middle East, the Wall Street Journal reveals Gaza has been reduced to ruins. Some 123,000 buildings destroyed and 75,000 more damaged. About 81% of all structures, generating roughly 68 million tons of rubble, as you can see. The piece highlights efforts to clear debris are underway, but face huge obstacles. Demining, lack of heavy machinery because it is restricted, or its entry is restricted by Israel, and continuing political gridlock. It concludes that reconstruction is expected to be long and costly, with estimates exceeding $70 billion and spanning many years. The Guardian reported that Tony Blair has been removed from the candidate list for Donald Trump's proposed Board of Peace for Gaza after strong objections from various Arab and Muslim nations. Now, the piece also notes that his controversial legacy, especially his role in the 2003 Iraq War and also past Middle East diplomacy, made him unacceptable to many. It concludes that while he may still play a supporting role, his exclusion underscores deep regional resistance and growing skepticism of Trump's Gaza peace blueprint. Haaretz warned that if Donald Trump includes Erdogan's peace force in Gaza as part of his proposed international stabilization plan, it risks sidelining Israel. The analysis argues that Turkey's involvement would shift power dynamics, reduce also Israel's influence over Gaza's future, and potentially leave the country excluded from key decisions on rebuilding and governance, even while Gaza remains partially under Hamas's control. It frames the move as a geopolitical gamble with major implications for Israel's strategic standing. Israel Hayom reveals that on December 5th, 2024, just days before the collapse of Bashar al-Assad's regime, Iran evacuated all its Revolutionary Guards and associated forces from Syria, abandoning the embattled government. The report explains that Iranian commanders reportedly told Syrian officers, "From today, we are no longer responsible for you." Thousands of fighters were evacuated, apparently according to the report, via Russian bases and border crossings. A sudden retreat that underscores Tehran's abrupt decision to disengage also from Assad at a critical moment. In the U.S., Newsweek reported that U.S. lawmakers may compel Pete Hegseth to release unedited video and also operational orders from a series of controversial strikes on suspected drug trafficking boats. And that also includes a second strike that killed survivors. Now, how would they do that? They would do it by conditioning his travel budget. The report contends that the push reflects growing congressional frustration and legal concern over the strikes and may dramatically test the limits of executive branch secrecy versus legislative oversight of military operations. And we'll end with the New York Times, which argues that President Trump is now scrambling to contain the economic fallout of his sweeping tariff strategy, unveiling a $12 billion farm bailout as rising prices and job losses contradict his promises of revived manufacturing. The analysis shows rising doubt about Trump's economic promises, with more signs that his tariffs are hurting families and businesses. It also says that the administration is jumping between payouts, sudden policy changes, and big promises that don't add up, all in an effort to calm a public that is growing more worried. That's it for today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Beauty tips, life hacks, and anti-Semitism? Is TikTok pumping out pro-Palestinian influence to young people? Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is the latest high-profile figure to argue it's algorithms and not Tel Aviv's actions that are fueling anti-Israel anger. Is she right? That Counterpoints debate coming up with me, Melinda Nucifora.
إذا كنت تشاهد هذا التقرير على التلفزيون أو هاتف النقال فأنت ترتكب معصية، وإذا شاركت في العمل السياسي منتخباً أو ناخباً فهذا حرام، وإياك والاحتفاظ في منزلك بصور لك أو السماح بالتقاطها. نيويورك، تلك المدينة الساحرة التي تشتهر بحياتها الليلية وميادينها المزدحمة وتمثال الحرية. هنا التمدن والتحضر من حيث أسلوب الحياة والعمران والتكنولوجيا. ومع ذلك على بعد نحو 300 كيلومتر من نيويورك تقع ولاية بنسلفانيا التي تحتضن أكبر تجمع لطائفة الآميش في العالم، جماعة دينية تخلت طواعية عن الحرية والتقنيات الحديثة. استقل فريقنا في مهمة خاصة قطار نيويورك متجها إلى ولاية بنسلفانيا للتعرف أكثر على هذه الطائفة في رحلة أشبه بالصعود على متن آلة زمنية. يعتبر هذا المجتمع المسيحي مثالاً للتمسك الإرادي بالمعتقدات القديمة، حيث يختار هؤلاء الأشخاص بحرية البقاء ملتزمين بأسلوب حياة يعتمد على الزراعة التقليدية والحرف اليدوية، متجاهلين التطورات الحديثة والتكنولوجية التي تحيط بهم. ولكن إلى أي حد تستطيع مجموعة أن تتمسك بالماضي في ظل عالم تسيطر عليه التكنولوجيا؟ يستقبلنا القس غريغوري في كنيسته ليشاركنا تجربته في العيش وسط هذا المجتمع، وكيف تختلف معتقدات الأمش عن المسيحية البروتستانية التي يدين بها غالبية الأمريكيين.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with it, all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose. I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
يؤمن الآمش أن أعمالهم الخيرة في الدنيا هي طريق الخلاص في الآخرة، وبخلاف تعاليم الكنيسة المسيحية لا تجري عملية التعميد عند الولادة لدى الآمش، بل عندما يبلغ المرء عمر 18 عاماً، حيث يتسنى له الاختيار عندها بين البقاء مع مجتمع الآمش وبالتالي تعميده أو الانفصال عنه بلا روابط.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
The people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give me notes, and I write notes, and I put the envelopes.
وجهنا القس غريغوري للقاء صديقه الآمش المؤرخ سامويل، والذي قبل أن يتحدث لنا شريطة ألا يظهر وجهه، لأن التصوير يتعارض مع معتقدات الآمش الدينية الرافضة لتجسيد الإنسان.
We don't believe in having our photograph taken because of the graven image.
Ten Commandments, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also Beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. Almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
يتميز الآمش بمظهرهم الخارجي المختلف، فالرجال يطلقون اللحى ويحفون الشارب، والنساء يغطين شعرهن ويحتشمن في الملبس.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And the dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress when you get married is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Oh, when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
تعود بدايات الآمش إلى القرن ال17، حيث ظهر قائد روحي سويسري يدعى جاكوب أمان، الذي قرر تأسيس حركته لرغبته في إرجاع الكنيسة إلى تعاليمها الأصلية والتقاليد الدينية القديمة، حيث اعتبر أن الكنيسة المينونية المعاصرة قد انحرفت عن هذه التعاليم. كما أراد أمان التمسك بأسلوب حياة بسيط ومتواضع يتناسب مع تعاليم الإنجيل.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch. 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. So it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taken over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together on how they would do this, and now you have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, And when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
يواجه مجتمع الآمش العديد من التحديات، منها سعر الأراضي الباهظ ليبتعد كثير منهم عن العمل في الزراعة ويفضلون العمل في المتاجر. هنا في السوق المركزي تعمل الفتيات والشبان في بيع منتجاتهم المحلية، ويأتيهم الزوار من جميع الأنحاء.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
يجمع البعض عن طريق الخطأ بين الآمش والمينونايت، حيث يشترك أبناء المذهبين في أصولهم الأوروبية، وهناك بعض التشابهات في المعتقدات بينهم، فهم بمثابة أبناء عمومة.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat. Sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put-together blanket, quilt, Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or have enough to wear.
أمش تجمعهم علاقات اجتماعية واقتصادية مهمة، خاصة مع المينونايت. ويطلق الآمش صفة الأغراب على كل الأشخاص من خارج مجتمعهم مهما كانت خلفياتهم.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I worked for a hardscape company up in New Holland where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
تختلف عربات الآمش في أشكالها وأنواعها واستخداماتها، فمنها العربات الصيفية والشتوية والعائلية وعربات البضائع وغيرها. يصحبنا بول ليرينا بعضاً من عرباته الخاصة.
there. There's the blinking lights. It's the headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. They are head and base. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gives you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. The boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning. And they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
من شيم الأمش التسامح ورفض العنف تماما، حتى إنهم لا ينضمون للجيش. ورغم ذلك فإن عقابهم قاس لمن يخالف منهم تعاليمهم. فمثلا إذا خالف أعضاء كنيسة الأمش اللوائح ورفضوا الاعتراف بخطئهم أو ارتدوا عن المجموعة، فسيواجهون الطرد، أو كما يطلق عليه في مجتمعهم النبذ، كما حدث مع عائلة ميل.
You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
We'll keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends are friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale. English and Amish, they go together, Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the Wilbur.
تعد مزادات الطين كما تسمى عند الأمش من التقاليد الشعبية البارزة لدى هذه الثقافة. تقام هذه المزادات سنويا في فصل الربيع بمشاركة العديد من أفراد الجالية والمجتمعات المجاورة، ويتم خلالها بيع العديد من المنتجات بما في ذلك الأثاث المنزلي اليدوي والمعدات الزراعية وعربات الأحصنة والمأكولات المحلية. يعتبر هذا الحدث فرصة لجمع التبرعات، إضافة إلى كونه مناسبة اجتماعية مميزة، حيث يلتقي الآمش والزوار للاستمتاع بالمزاد وتبادل الحديث والتجارب.
A harder life, riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform, and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. I said to one Amish lady, you know, you're kind of away from the world, kind of a thing. But she said, you know, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, you know, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22, not 5. Then now 22, 22, 5 and 9. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. 22, 5 and 9. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins.
في نظر كثيرين فإن هذا المجتمع يفوت على نفسه كثيرا من متع الحياة، ولكن من أقوال الآمش أحيانا تكون أبسط الأشياء في الحياة هي الأفضل.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Montreal. The real story behind the city of Montreal. Its name originated from Mount Royal, the triple-peaked hill in the heart of the city. It was first called Ville Marie, or the City of Mary. Montreal is the most populous city in Quebec and second most populous city in Canada, with about 1.65 million residents. The city's official language is French, spoken by more than 60% of the population. Montreal is conveniently nestled between the shores of the St. Lawrence River. One of its great outdoor escapes is, of course, Mount Royal. Aside from hiking the mountain during the summer, try cross-country skiing in the winter, or you can also try biking or skating. Better yet, you can just hang around and enjoy the view. But what's notable about Mount Royal is a cross that rests at the peak of it. The city's laws forbid any building or skyscraper to be built higher than it, to tower over the mountain and the famous cross. The laws are implemented to keep the natural ambiance of the place and most especially obstruct the view of the wonderful city skyline. Meanwhile, its culinary delights are top-notch too. Food tours are quite usual in Montreal, with the various communities and cuisines populating the place. Walking around the city will allow you to discover and learn about its historic and cultural roots through food. Definitely a delicious way to get to know the city. For a dose of the real historic spots, visit Old Montreal, also known as the Old Quarter. The view is reminiscent of the feel and ambiance of Europe. It's got narrow cobblestone streets lined with galleries, restaurants, and boutiques. The city doesn't fall short of artistic inspiration. And then, of course, there's shopping. Here in Montreal, it's considered a sport, and one must shop with a passion. Score great bargains as the city offers some of the most creative designs from the best in Canada. In fact, the people of Montreal like to pride themselves for their impeccable taste and thriving fashion city. St. Catherine Street is where you'll find some of the best international brand names. All the major shopping centers can be found there. And last but not the least, the city is, oddly enough, also known for its best spa treatments. There's even one that floats on the St. Lawrence River. So good, you can in fact spend an entire day in it. It's a great way to cap off your trip. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Beauty tips, life hacks, and anti-Semitism? Is TikTok pumping out pro-Palestinian influence to young people? Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is the latest high-profile figure to argue it's algorithms and not Tel Aviv's actions that are fueling anti-Israel anger. Is she right? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. On the ground, the Israel-Hamas war remains, to an extent, in a fragile pause. Online, though, the war of influence still rages. In the US, conservative politicians, activists and commentators are again arguing social media has a pro-Palestinian bias. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton told an Israeli media forum that young people are being misled online.
They were getting their information from social media, particularly TikTok. That is where they were learning about what happened on October 7th, what happened in the days, weeks, and months to follow. That's a serious problem. It's a serious problem for democracy, whether it's Israel or the United States, and it's a serious problem for our young people.
This is the first war where social media, particularly TikTok, has played such a dominant role as a news source. In the US, almost half of the young people aged between 18 and 29 get their news from TikTok, compared to only 9% in 2020. In the UK, 75% of 16 to 24-year-olds go to social media for news, again, primarily to TikTok.
So you have TikTok just smashing our young people's brains all day long with video of carnage in Gaza. And this is why so many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data and information and facts and arguments, and they are just seeing in their minds carnage, and I sound obscene.
So is it access to videos of carnage that's influencing young people, or is it the carnage itself? On this episode, we'll debate if social media is influencing young people to hate Israel. Is TikTok a dangerous place to consume news? And why are people losing trust in traditional news outlets? Joining us for this discussion is Hen Mazig, Senior Fellow at the Tel Aviv Institute and author of The Wrong Kind of Jew. And Amani Al-Khattatba is back with us, author, activist and founder of MuslimGirl.com. To both of you, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here. Immediately after the October 7 attacks, you had some groups, such as Human Rights Watch, for example, arguing that pro-Palestinian voices on social media were being silenced. Now, you have public figures, Hillary Clinton being one of them most recently, arguing the opposite, that anti-Israel sentiment is being amplified on the technology. There's no denying that social media is now a major player when it comes to news content, but is it unfairly skewing the narrative? Hen, let me ask you to kick off tonight's debate. Is social media influencing young people to hate Israel?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the conflict in the Middle East is the trigger, but the hate speech is the fuel to it. And what we've seen on social media is this extreme content that is often fueled with lies and misinformation that is getting the most clicks and the most engagement. And we have this invisible editors of our feed, which are the social media giants that reward this sort of hate speech. I can see it from my own platform, the debates that are heated and where people are screaming at each other. These are the type of content. This is the type of content that is rewarded. And a lot of it is fueled with anti-Semitism. anti-Semitism, that's filled with anti-Semitism. We're seeing it from our research. The most hated group on social media today in the conversation is the Jewish community. And this sort of hate speech and rhetoric has led to horrible consequences for Jews, from our synagogues being attacked, from Tunisia to New York to London to LA. Jewish people live in fear because of the hate speech that we've seen online. Of course, it's fueled, it's connected to the conflict, but the conflict is just the trigger, in my view.
Amani, what do you think? Is it social media that is influencing people, undue influence against Israel and against the Israeli population?
Young people hate Israel because of Israel's illegal actions and war crimes that it has been committing with complete impunity, especially over the past 2 years, but which has been going on for decades, and that this conflict, as Hen said, was the trigger point for greater awareness and visibility. We can't have this conversation without first establishing the premise that for decades, anti-Semitism has been conflated with anti-Zionism as a silencing tactic to try to eliminate any type of valid and protected political criticism of the Israeli government's actions. And in doing so, it serves the interests of the Israeli government, right? It makes it sound like anytime we want to criticize very valid war crimes and this ongoing genocide that it's committing using American taxpayer dollars, that we can't say it because this is somehow anti-Semitic. And honestly, I think the biggest contribution to anti-Semitism is this conflation that Israel's actions are validated by the Judaic religion, when countless Jewish people around the world are at the forefront of criticizing the Israeli government and are actually now suffering the systematic silencing and censorship that is taking place across social media in order to suppress any type of criticism of Israel. We don't need to look any farther than the changing policies of tech companies with the way that they moderate content online, the way that they have been sicking the algorithm in order to suppress this type of conversation from taking place. Social media is the new battlefield. And, the fact of the matter is that Israel has every leverage of power at its fingertips, especially on the social media domain, in order to silence its critics. And yet still, the sentiment remains that largely young people and people of all generations, honestly, online, have said that they do not support Israel and they want Israel's genocide to stop. And I'm sorry, but no amount of censorship is going to change that.
Hen, what do you think, particularly about that idea of anti-Semitism being conflated with opposition to the Israeli government?
I mean, I'm very critical of the Israeli government, but I believe that anti-Zionism is inherently connected to anti-Semitism. Just to give you some example of how lethal anti-Zionism is, an 82-year-old Karen Diamond was burned to death in Boulder, Colorado for marching in support of the release of the hostages. The attacker said that he did it because of the war in Gaza. 30-year-old Liron Lishensky and 26-year-old Sarah Milgren were shot to death by an activist that shouted "Free Palestine" as he shot those two young Jews. In a 28-year-old dentist, Benjamin Haroni, was shot and killed in San Diego for being Jewish because of Palestine. The attacker was citing that. 69-year-old Paul Kessner was beaten to death in Los Angeles for holding an Israeli flag. 39-year-old Orthodox Jewish man was shot in Chicago, and the shooter was chanting "Free Palestine." Two prayers in Manchester in the United Kingdom were killed just a few months ago by an attacker that voiced his anti-Zionist control, anti-Zionist opinion. So to pretend as if anti-Zionism has completely nothing to do with anti-Semitism is beyond disingenuous, in my view. I mean, Jews are being killed around the world in the name of anti-Zionism. Majority of Jews around the world are Zionists, according to Gallup and Pew Research from the last year. The vast majority of Jews are pro-Israel and are Zionist. Yes, there is a fringe minority, but there are the tokens, like every community has tokens that are being pushed forward. But the to be clear, the vast majority of Jews are Zionists. Half of the world Jewish population lives in Israel. So this connection is not something that we can ignore. And yes, of course, I know this war is horrible, but I think many of us are wondering, why is this war causing so much hatred and violence against Jews when far worse conflicts around the world have not triggered anything like that? I mean, even after October 7th, we haven't seen on the days after October 7th any support or any outrage on the opposite side. So it's I think it's just a bit disingenuous, and it really makes me think of how we're not able to identify the disease, and that's why it continues. As long as we're going to pretend that it's about a conflict or about a war, it's not about that. Anti-Semitism existed far before the war, and it will continue to exist, and it's deadly for us.
Amani, do you want to respond? Do you want to jump in there? Is it disingenuous? I mean, Hen makes a pretty strong point, though those actions that he sort of outlined there have all been linked. And is it because this hatred is being propagated online, that hate speech now has a platform?
Here's the thing. Hate crimes in all their forms deserve to be denounced. And that goes for anti-Semitic hate crimes, Islamophobic hate crimes, any type of bigotry and hate that is targeting any community from whatever religious background they come from. However, that's not what we're talking about here, okay? The biggest service to anti-Semitic sentiment, which yes, exists online for sure, the biggest service that has been amplifying it has been the fact that Hen has an apartheid genocidal government that is committing unspeakable atrocities in the name of Judaism. And because of that conflation, it's giving the general public the idea that the Jewish faith is now connected to us witnessing children being mutilated, to a government creating the largest child amputee population in history, to people being buried alive by the tens of thousands in an indiscriminate bombing. And the problem is that Zionist Jewish people like Hen are telling people that, yes, this is the equation of my religion. We support this. And if you don't support us in our actions, then you stand against our religion and you are an anti-Semite. So this conflation can only be directly addressed by getting at the root of the evil, which Hen said, which is to disavow the Zionist racist ideology from the Jewish religion, from the Jewish faith. And this shouldn't be something, astronomical. I don't understand why it's being spoken about like it's so crazy, For example, anytime any type of terrorist action is committed in the name of Islam by a fringe individual, right, and it's being blamed on our religion, you have millions of Muslims around the world be the first, before even asked, be the first to stand up and say, we denounce this. This does not represent our religion. We do not agree with this. We disavow this. But yet we have pro-Israel Jewish people like Hen who actually do not represent the majority of Jewish people. I have plenty of incredible allies, friends, people that I consider.
But that's false. You can't say that. According to the polling, according to Gallup and Pew Research, majority, over 90% of Jews are Zionists.
Why is it so difficult for you to come out and denounce the actions of the Israeli government?
Okay, all right.
I have denounced the actions of the Israeli government.
No, you don't.
I have denounced the actions of the Israeli government, but I'm not going to sit here and let you tell me that I know my community. I know what anti-Semitism is.
Okay, Amani, let Hen respond to your comments there. Let Hen respond to your comments, Amani.
Accountable for creating consent for genocide.
Okay, Hen, respond to what Amani's saying there.
Yeah, it's so bizarre that you're telling me what is and isn't anti-Semitism. Imagine me explaining to you what Islamophobia is. I would never do it. I just condemn Islamophobia, and I have condemned it in the past. I have criticized the Israeli government, much like most Jews. And the truth is, and it's, you can't twist it around. There's numbers. The Gallup found that over 90% of Jews in America are Zionists and pro-Israel. Half of the world Jewish population, 7 million Jews, live in Israel. To say that millions of Jews around the world oppose Israel is completely bizarre. And I mean, I'm just reading today that at least 60,000 people.
Let Hen finish that point, Amani, and then I'll come back to you.
According to The Guardian today, RSF massacre left the Sudanese city with over 60,000 civilians massacred within 2 weeks, and over 150,000 Sudanese have been missing since the war started. How many Sudanese people have been paying with their life the same way that Jews have because of the war in Israel? They haven't. There weren't any attacks on Sudanese people, right? But there is attacks on Jews on our synagogues. And you can't even condemn it without excusing it and saying that it's Israel. You should condemn anti-Semitism, period. I condemn Islamophobia, period. I think both of those hatred are the flip coin. And instead of us saying this is not okay without excusing that, oh, well, we need to understand why Jews have been shot outside of the Holocaust Museum in DC because of a war in Gaza. Really? How can you make this argument? It's so insane to me.
Amani?
See, this, I think, is what's become very boring for a lot of people and why so much of the public has stopped taking the real issue of anti-Semitism seriously, is because of talking points like this. Because the only defense that people like Hen have are, well, genocide's being committed by other countries. Why can't we commit genocide too? We have a right to kill people just like other
No, it's not what I said.
Like us. And then when he's talking to a non-Muslim or a non-Arab, then his defense becomes, why do you care that we're killing Arabs and Muslims? You're not even one of them. Why should you care? Because people have human decency. And you literally exposed yourself of the issue. If you're telling me that half of the Jewish population lives in Israel and that the majority of this Gallup poll said that most Jews support Zionism, Israel has a real indoctrination problem where it's creating a society that the majority of that society supports genocide, where the majority of that society supports the systemic rape of Palestinian hostages and has gone to the streets to protest their rights.
What are you talking about? When did a hostage was raped? When did Palestinian prisoners been raped?
This is a real
This is so insane to make this. You're throwing accusations and lies, and there's no factual basis to any of your statements. And that's the problem with this sort of rhetoric. That's the rhetoric.
Just a moment of money. We're gonna.
And you can't reasonably push back against this.
Okay. That's an accusation that is unfounded, we need to say, in the sense of legal balance here.
No.
But Hen, I want to put a question
to video evidence, and it has been actually confirmed by a number of global organizations verifying that the Israeli army has a systematic policy of rape against Palestine.
The Israeli Defense Force has denied those claims, and in the sense of balance, I just need to say that for the sense of balance. But Amani, just a moment, I need to put a question to Hen, and then I'm going to come back to you. Hen, a lot of mainstream media in the West in the past has been accused of having a pro-Israel bias. And now we're hearing social media is amplifying pro-Palestinian voices. We've had Hillary Clinton saying that it has a pro-Palestinian bias. Is having a pro-Israeli bias in a lot of Western media equally as dangerous, equally as damaging for people's ability to get a nuanced sense of the news?
I mean, in my opinion, the vast majority of media that I'm following in the West is really pro-Palestine. I mean, I'm thinking about the New York Times, CNN, BBC. BBC was found to be over 1,800 times pro-Palestine and actually skewing the facts. Over 1,800 times they found in the last 2 years that the BBC has lied about Israel to be more sympathetic. In fact, they actually paid Hamas to create a documentary. The son of Hamas in Gaza created a documentary from the BBC. The head of the BBC had to resign when this information came out. So, I mean, factually speaking, again, not what I feel, but factually speaking, the media is much more leaning towards the Palestinian side of this conflict than the Israeli side. And that's, again, we can argue what we feel, but the fact speaks for themselves.
Okay, and I do need to point out that the BBC didn't directly pay Hamas. They paid the son of a Hamas member, but maybe that's semantics, but just to articulate that point. Amani, do you agree that there is perhaps an unfair pro-Palestinian bias coming across in a lot of mainstream media?
It's so crazy to me and a lot of people that even with all of the power that pro-Israel forces have within the American media. People like Hen still play the victim card by saying that there's a bias in the other direction and that there's a pro-Palestine bias. So even with
you've been victimizing yourself since we started.
Of coverage that the vast, innumerable war crimes committed against Palestinians, when they're just a fraction even acknowledged within mainstream media, suddenly this is even that is too much. Even the mention of
it's literally on the cover of the New York Times
for Hen and his ilk. Here's the bottom line.
Do you think it's unfair, though, Amani? Shouldn't the media just be reporting the facts, though? If the media is unfairly promoting a pro-Palestinian bias, doesn't that go against what we expect from our traditional media?
Our media, especially in the United States of America, is Zionist. And I think that that is very blatantly bragged about by every Israeli organization imaginable, including the Israeli government itself. Here's the bottom line.
What?
And I want to say this clearly. I want to say this clearly and without interruption. Israel's war stopped being on Hamas a long time ago. Israel's war is on the American First Amendment. Israel's biggest threat to its existence is free speech and people being exposed to the factual evidence of the war crimes that Israel is committing in real time. And that is why every time information is being freely shared about Israel's war crimes, the first immediate action that pro-Israel forces do in America is try to take ownership of that media. We see that happen with CBS. Just a week ago, Ben Shapiro was at a conference where he was openly bragging and thanking the capture of CBS by a pro-Zionist owner. Right now, as we speak, TikTok is in an ongoing deal to be owned by some of the most Zionist pro-Israel voices that the country has. And even your own leader, Netanyahu, was talking to a room of influencers, calling TikTok the new weapon of war, and that he is so excited and can't wait for TikTok to transfer ownership to American owners so that they can censor people even more. The only chance that Israel has in this PR war is to try to completely curtail and annihilate the American First Amendment and American free speech. We are even gutting free speech on college campuses and destroying the American education system in order to silence criticism of Israel. There's an absolute rupture and there's our destruction of American society, all at the expense of protecting Israel's genocide.
Okay.
This is all factual and confirmed, and it's out in the open, and your own leaders brag about this. So not only is Israel reliant on American taxpayer dollars, it is completely arrogant about it. It bites the hand that feeds it, and it wants to oppress not only Palestinians, but the American people themselves.
Okay. Hen, I'm going to give you a right of reply on that, but because Amani brought it up, I just want to play for our audience as well a bit of that clip. It's from, I think, September 27, when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was speaking to a group of influencers when he was visiting the United States. Let's take a listen to this short clip.
But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is followers. TikTok. TikTok, number one.
Hen, respond to what Amani has been saying, but also this idea that obviously Prime Minister Netanyahu is aware they're playing this influence game on social media too. Is it just that Israel aren't playing it as well? Are they not using this weapon that Netanyahu calls it as well as the other side of this conflict?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to be in the position to defend Netanyahu because I don't agree with much of his policy, and I have been very critical of his government. However, I think that in this specific clip, he's speaking about the forefront of the war on with anti-Semitism on social media that has been proven. Again, it's not, I mean, there were a lot of claims that Amani has made throughout her statement, and I think 80 or 90% of what she said can be easily debunked because it's not true. But the facts are that the vast majority of the media in the U.S. has been covering anti-Israel sentiments. And if we're talking about college campuses, have you seen the encampments on college campuses throughout America? How are they being silenced? I mean, I'm hearing anti-Israel rhetoric and pro-Hamas rhetoric on college campuses in the streets. It goes up to the Congress with Rashida Tlaib that have made no apologies for her really strong anti-Israel sentiments. We hearing it everywhere all the time. I mean, even the right wing in America, the far right, people like Tucker Carlson have become anti-Israel. Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, neo-Nazis in America are very pro-Palestine these days. And all of it is because of anti-Semitism. That's the one thing that everyone has in common. And instead of condemning it and understanding that, yes, it will start with anti-Semitism, but it will also go to Islamophobia, and it will also go to other forms of racism and hatred towards the minority groups. But this notion that somehow Israel is winning the PR war is ridiculous. I mean, in the cover of the New York Times throughout this war, we had pictures upon pictures, issues that have been debunked, stories that have been debunked, even coming from Hamas on the New York Times, in CNN, on BBC. Again, there's a study of BBC. You can find it online. Look up the study, how many times BBC have been lying about this conflict. So for me, I mean, the truth is clear, and it doesn't matter what I feel. Again, it's empirically proven that the media is more anti-Israel. College campuses have become anti-Israel. The media and the social media is really leaning towards anti-Israel. And again, the most important proof is that Jewish people, dozens of us in the last 2 years, have paid with it with our lives, and we are afraid of going to our synagogues. And instead of condemning it, we're finding an excuse that it's because of Netanyahu or it's because of the war. It's not because of the war. Anti-Semitism existed far before that. By the way, 6 million Jews have been killed by the same sort of hatred.
Okay, Amani, I'm going to bring you in a moment, but you raised something there, Hen. So I want to ask you this before I hand it over to Amani, because you were talking about these college campuses. Young people have always been the drivers of anti-war protests, long before social media and this influence PR campaign began. University campuses were the background for anti-Vietnam protests. Young people rallied against the Iraq War, the war on terror. So why is this current evolution of student protests on campuses all of a sudden so much more worrying than what we have seen as traditional student-driven protests well before social media began?
I think that a lot of them have been anti-war, and I think you're right about that. And it's in the past, it used to be, we're anti-war and we're anti-violence. But there, in all of those encampments, Jewish students have been facing violence. They've been rejected from entering the encampments. They were asked if they're Zionists or not. They were attacked physically. Jewish students were attacked across America on college campuses in the last 2 years because of their identity. It was never anti-war that also included violence. It was never anti-war that justified violence against minorities. And in my point of view, I mean, the way I see it, if you're an anti-Zionist today and you want to convince us that anti-Zionism has nothing to do with anti-Semitism, you should be at the forefront of fighting anti-Semitism, on calling it out, and not saying that it's because of the Jewish lobby, which is an anti-Semitic trope, or it's because the Jews control the media, again, anti-Semitic trope. All of those anti-Semitic tropes are leading to real-world violence against us. And unless you're going to work twice as hard to fight anti-Semitism, don't tell me that anti-Zionism has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It completely has everything to do with it, and it's inherently connected. And again, Jews are being shot outside of our synagogues because of this anti-Zionist rhetoric. Factually, outside of the DC museum, the shooter that shot 2 Jewish people was shouting "Free Palestine." An 82-year-old Karen Diamond was burned to death in Boulder, Colorado this year because of an attacker that cited Palestine. I mean, that's the facts. You can nod your head, but these are the facts.
Amani, what do you say to that? That previously student protests were anti-war, they were pro-peace, but have these protests, this social media-driven student protests, gone too far?
First of all, I was there for the Columbia University encampment. I actually spent a significant amount of time on that campus when that encampment was happening. I was there as one of the only media observers the night that Hind's Hall was taken. I spent a lot of time directly with the organizers and the student activists and the protesters at this encampment. And it might be mind-boggling to your fake strawman arguments, Hen, that the majority of the leaders of that encampment, as were many encampments across the country, were Jewish students. And I interviewed many of them for
So it makes the anti-Semitism totally okay.
And no, that's to disprove that this is anti-Semitic. The only thing that
I mean, you can be part of a minority group and engage in bigotry and hatred. You know that.
This isn't an elementary school classroom. I'm not here to teach you the definitive difference between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. I said that within my first.
You're not going to teach me because you're not Jewish. I would be the one to decide that as a minority community. The same way that I'm not going to teach you what is and isn't Islamophobic. Don't preach to me about my community.
Okay, if we can return to the question at hand, Amani.
If I can return to that question, okay? Here's the thing that I'm going to affirm one thing that Hen said during his entire spiel, and that is that polls have revealed that for the first time in history, the majority of the American public is anti-Israel now. And guess what? That also includes American Jewish people. Many Jewish people are against Israel because they are basic human beings with human dignity, and they understand a war crime when they see one. They understand the dehumanization of a people when they see one. And you are the biggest tool of anti-Semitism for you to continue making that conflation between Israel's inexcusable actions with your Jewish faith. And frankly, you should be ashamed of yourself. And you owe an apology to your own Jewish brothers and sisters for this disgusting language and conflation that you're doing in their name and on their behalf. It's
what
really
conflation? I told you that Jews are being shot in our synagogues because of anti-Zionism. Is that
okay? But Amani,
will question? Are Jews not being shot outside of our synagogue because of Palestine? Answer the question. You can't, because you know that we are. Anti-Zionism kills Jews, and you are excusing it and telling me that I should be ashamed of myself? How dare you?
Amani, that's a good point. I mean, Hen shouldn't be ashamed of himself.
It's actually a very
were Jews not shot in the name of Palestine? Were Jews not shot in America in the name of Palestine? Yes or no?
Here, let me answer your question for you, okay? About Israel losing the PR war. Nobody has claimed that Israel is winning the PR war. Not a single sane person can ever say that Israel was trying to win it. It absolutely lost it.
You argued. You said that we control the media.
Stop interrupting me when I'm speaking.
So stop lying.
It must be absolutely humiliating that with all of the power and influence that Israel has in the United States of America, one of the strongest Israel lobbies
so we control the media, but we're losing the PR war. We control America, but we're losing Americans. You understand how
you will not interrupt me when I'm speaking. Hen, you will not interrupt me.
Yeah, well, that's the debate.
Okay, all right, Amani, we need to keep moving it on though, Amani, so if you can keep to the point and we'll answer each other respectfully before we move on.
Listen, I would appreciate it if you were the one to get Hen to shut up so I can finish my sentiment. Keeps interrupting
we need to maintain, I know that this is an impassioned debate, but please, we need to remain a level of respect and decorum to each other.
Respectfully, can I complete my sentiment?
Okay, very briefly, Amani, because you've had lots of time, so respond to that so we can give it to Hen and move on.
I haven't had any clear time. Here's what I want to say, is that it is one of the most humiliating defeats in Israel's history, that it has lost a PR war in which it has every possible power vehicle at its fingertips. It's the most influential foreign country in the United States of America. And even with all of that, with all of the funding, the resources, the power, it still lost the PR war, because the one thing Israel does not have on its side is the truth. And the more people hear about the truth, the more people turn against Israel. And the longer that Israel's actions keep getting conflated with the Jewish faith, the worse it's going to make the issue of anti-Semitism globally. And you should be ashamed of yourself for contributing to that.
Okay, and I will respectfully turn it over to Hen. Is Israel losing the PR war?
Yeah, Israel is losing the PR war, but I mean it's so bizarre to hear Amani saying that on the one hand Jews control the media, and then saying that because even though we control it, we're losing. That Jews control the Congress and America, but then we're losing also the Americans. Jews are all these terrible things that we can be at the same time. You know, the most powerful superpower, but also the termites on the bottom. And that's actually a neo-Nazi talking points that have been spread during the Holocaust, and that's what led to the murder and the genocide of Jews.
Your government is proliferating.
Amani, please just let Hen finish, and then we'll continue. Thanks, Hen.
No, I'm sorry. I can't.
No, Amani, you asked Hen not to interrupt you, so give him the same respect. Hen, continue your answer, please.
Then yeah, I will absolutely.
Thank you, Amani.
That is absolutely unacceptable and atrocious. And that's
Amani, please allow Hen to finish his answer. Thanks very much. We need everyone to have their fair say. Hen, continue, please.
Yeah, I mean, and to say that that Israel controls America or has the most funding, I mean, Qatar just gave, it was over $1 trillion deal with America. They gave President Trump a plane. I mean, what are you even talking about? Israel has no influence in this regard. $1 trillion compared to $3 billion that Israel has to buy weapons from America. That's all Israel is getting from America. And I think the most glaring part for me in the statements that we hear from Amani is this inability to condemn the fact that Jews have been killed in the name of Palestine, that Jews have been killed outside of a Jewish museum in D.C. when the shooter said, free Palestine. The same thing that has been heard in the encampment in Columbia University got 2 young Jews killed. The same chants that we've heard got Jews in Boulder, Colorado killed, got Jews in Manchester killed. So to pretend that your movement is somehow pure and has nothing to do with anti-Semitism is embedded in this movement. And instead of educating yourself and listening to Jews, you spend most of your time telling us why it's actually our fault. It's actually our fault that we are being killed. If we were just less Jews, maybe we wouldn't be attacked this way. And that for me is really disturbing. And I think, I was able to criticize the Israeli government. I was able to say that Islamophobia is horrible and it's real and it does kill, and there were cases of Islamophobia, and I'm not excusing for once this sort of hatred or trying to explain to Amani why Islamophobia actually has reason, because there is no reason to hating anyone. And if we want to move forward to a better future, we just have to agree on that humanity comes first. And as long as we can't do that, we will never get to anywhere better.
I'm going to move us on in our debate a little bit to refocus on this idea of social media and the news, whether it's dangerous, whether it's not dangerous. A journalist's role is traditionally to bear witness, to report the facts without bias. Those are the lofty ideals, and perhaps not all journalists or not all networks live up to them. But at the very least, professional journalists know they should have certain ethical and moral standards. A content creator, though, has no obligation to impartiality. They have no obligation to bear witness without bias. So, Amani, are TikTok and other social media platforms unreliable, maybe unsafe places for young people to be consuming news?
Like Netanyahu himself said, the freedom of speech that's on social media is the biggest threat to Israel. And therefore, social media networks are, to his experience, the new weapons of war. And his answer to that, when killing the most number of journalists within a conflict in human history, when it's not enough to kill the journalists telling those stories, now Netanyahu has set his sights on censoring and controlling the social media networks themselves. For example, DropSite News released a really damning expose that found that hundreds of former IDF soldiers are top employees all across Meta. You have genocidal army veterans that are actually embedded within a tech company now and controlling the algorithms and what's being shared online to try to suppress this information. Actually, Israel is the only government in the world that has a government agency that is directly communicating with Meta, where they literally provide lists of accounts directly to Meta for them to shut down in order to censor criticism of Israel. This is all open. This is all factually confirmed. There are so many reports that have confirmed this. Israel is working hand in hand, not only to commit a genocide, but to get tech companies to do the dirty work for them now. It's very well documented across Meta. And unfortunately, now with this TikTok deal, they're trying to take the same influence and control and power that they have within Meta, an American-owned company, and compel that same type of influence within what the only popular social media network that we had that wasn't owned by America, was owned by China. To try to force it under American control because they know that it's safer for them and they're able to more easily influence and control the information that's being shared that way. So really what we're witnessing Israel do is not only silence, well, first of all, it's prevented any global journalist from entering Gaza in order to provide that unbiased direct coverage. But then even people within Gaza themselves that have been sharing and reporting on the actual events taking place have been killed, targeted directly and killed. And now the very platforms where they've spread that information, where they've shared those events, are now also being tainted and shut down and put under the control of the Israeli government. The direct pipeline between the Israeli government and these tech companies is well documented.
Okay. Hen, is the IDF controlling algorithms and is Israel embedding people in Meta? And then circling back to our primary question, are social media platforms such as TikTok dangerous places for people to be consuming news?
It's actually laughable to make this argument that the IDF is controlling TikTok. TikTok is a Chinese-owned company. China has been very clear of its support of Hamas. Yeah, I know you're laughing too because it's so bizarre and insane.
You're so uneducated, Ken. How do you keep up these conversations?
Company, as everyone know, the IDF does not control TikTok or Meta in any way. I mean, maybe you mean that there's Jews working there. Yes, Mark Zuckerberg is Jewish, but some of the biggest accounts on Meta, on Instagram, are Palestinian accounts. That's how we've seen the war in Gaza, because Hamas has infiltrated those accounts and actually control many of the Palestinian influencers that are coming out of Gaza. We know that it's factual, and because there's some former Israeli officer or former Israeli IDF soldiers working in Meta office in Israel, the reason is because we have a compulsory service. Everyone has to serve in the IDF, and it's that's why they're making the statement to say that Israeli soldiers or former soldiers are forever in their life would be subject or legitimate target to hatred and violence against them. And it's so interesting that the people that are telling us that are against war and against genocide are the ones that continuously justify violence and hate and attacking and killing people because of their identity. I mean, it just doesn't, the math isn't mathing.
Whether you support one side or the other, Amani, there have long been these arguments about echo chambers on social media. So isn't this just another example of young people continuously being fed things that the algorithm thinks they like, or as what Hen was saying earlier in the debate, things that are inflammatory, combative, they seem to get promoted on the algorithm? Is there a risk that young people are not seeing any nuance in the news anymore because they're being fed a social media echo chamber?
I mean, I think Hen told on himself and the entire mindset of this Israeli strategy, right? He said it himself that knowledge is a threat. Free speech on social media that spreads information that is critical of Israel is a tremendous threat to the state of Israel.
But isn't it a risk that it's also an echo chamber, Amani?
Israel is hoping and fighting for it to become an echo chamber. The thing is that social media, especially from the young generations, it has been celebrated as a democratizing force where people that are marginalized and oppressed beneath the establishment have a chance to have their voices be heard and to gain a platform. And this is horrific to the Israeli government, that people that they are trying to squeeze beneath their thumb have a chance of being heard. And because of that, Netanyahu and the Israeli government is eager to make it an echo chamber of only pro-Israel sentiment and to pretty much annihilate any type of criticism of Israel entirely. So while Hen was hee-hawing about what I just said, and the lack of education there is really embarrassing for you. But here's the actual report itself, which confirmed that the #1 country in the world that originates takedown requests globally of Meta accounts, the #1 country is Israel. And this report has revealed that Meta has complied with 94% of those takedown requests. So essentially, Israel has just a completely unchecked power pipeline to our social media platforms, where it just tells them, these are the accounts that we don't like, please take these down. And guess what? That's a violation of human rights. Tech companies are actually not allowed to do that.
Picking up on what Hen asked there, according to who? Where is that information coming from?
You can find the expose on dropsitenews.com. It's been confirmed by several other outlets as well. And they also have cited every single source, including sources from the Israeli government themselves. And again, you don't have to look past Israeli leaders that have been speaking very openly in Hebrew. I mean, look at X, just X alone. The translate tweet feature was removed from Hebrew X posts because they were so genocidal and filled with hate speech that Elon Musk is even protecting the genocidal nature of Israelis on his platform by removing translate tweet, because every time we translate tweet on a Hebrew post, it's absolutely embarrassing, mind-blowing. And the biggest issue that Israeli society has is that once they emerge from this genocidal bubble that they're in, this indoctrination within Israeli society that they're trying to push on the American public and American free speech, they, just like Hen, are so surprised that the rest of the world doesn't agree with them that killing children is okay. Okay. The rest of the world doesn't agree. They are against war crimes. And outside of the Israeli bubble, they just cannot believe that the rest of the world can't agree with this. And so they're trying to increase their influence and power in every way possible on our social media networks. If Israel was really on the side of truth, then open dialogue and open algorithms, open free speech would be its best friend. But no, that's what Hen is saying is the biggest threat. The worst thing about social media is that people can speak freely on there and share information on there. And he, has a problem with that because it exposes Israel and the Israeli society. So
okay, all right, Hen, I'll give you a right of reply on that. We're almost out of time, but I also just want to quickly ask you as well. Prominent Jerusalem-based journalist Matty Friedman, he was with the AP bureau there for a long time. He now writes columns for other outlets. He says that mainstream media has abandoned the journalistic goal of reporting what's going on in favour of who does this serve. Is he right?
Yeah, I think Matty Friedman is absolutely right. And Matty has actually a history of working with the New York Times, writing for the New York Times, being involved in all of those newsrooms. So I think his point of view is one that we actually should listen to and be worried about it, because truth is the most important tool that we have. And when we know that there's so many foreign intervening in social media, there are countries that are spending billions of dollars from China to Russia to Qatar on influence campaigns and to try and sway public opinion by creating bots. And I think it was really surprising for a lot of people on X when so many of the anti-Israel accounts were discovered to be based out of Pakistan, out of Turkey, out of Qatar, out of Iran and Russia, although they said that they're actually from Gaza. I think that social media can be an amazing tool to spread information and spread truth and having people engaging freely and disagreeing freely. But with the bots farms and this public opinion campaigns Qatar is the richest country on earth, and we know that they are spending so much money on it. So I think it's important that we are having checks and balances on it, and to make sure that when lies are being spread and that people are paying with their lives, we're holding those that are allowing it accountable, and that we reduce this hatred. I'm all for truth. I think truth will prevail. And one day we'll look back at this time and we'll see who stood on the right side of history and who was lying and justifying violence against minority groups.
It's a really emotional debate, so I appreciate both of you being willing to come to speak with each other, to speak with me and our audience, and give both sides of the story, which is what we always aim to do on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for being with us here. Hen Mazig, Senior Fellow at the Tel Aviv Institute and author of The Wrong Kind of Jew, and Amani Al-Khataba, author, activist and founder of MuslimGirl.com. Thanks for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews on YouTube with the Al Arabiya English page. And don't forget to follow us on TikTok and on X. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
أهلا بكم. لم تكن العلاقة بين موسكو. Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors. From Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Boston. What do you know about Boston? Boston is the capital city of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States, and the largest too, being about 48 square miles or 124 square kilometers in size, and an estimated population of about 667,137 residents. With that, Boston becomes the largest city in New England and comes in as the 23rd largest city in the United States. Boston is a city for those with a knack for history. It's always interesting to explore, but aside from that, you can appreciate it for its mix of offerings. You can enjoy the view of the skyline or its many art galleries and museums. Take a walk in the many parks or, of course, the prime tourist spots. Probably the most popular are their nautical tours and historical legends that we're here to find out more about. The city is filled with historical sites that are quite easy to discover. There's the Freedom Trail. There's Paul Revere's home. These sites are all reflective of the Great Revolution, where one will be reminded of America's incredible history. Next, of course, are the museums, which are easily accessible throughout the city. Here you'll come across a mix of fine arts, history, and scientific discoveries. There's the famous Charles River, just near the Science Museum, as well as the Boston Public Library and Copley Square, among others. Popular tourist attractions are, of course, part of the city. Boston has got a great outdoor space that's home to many entertainment events. Tourists and locals alike enjoy the happenings that are held here. You can choose from a lot of various activities, from seeing the historic churches to visiting the sea animals or the Fenway Park. Take your pick. And then there are the friendly neighborhoods. It's what makes the city of Boston unique. Each area has its own identity and mix of history, cuisine, attractions, and urban scenery. You can enjoy strolling through the different areas and see everything from brownstones to skyscrapers. Last but not the least, the city is also famous for its diverse culinary offerings. They have dim sum in Chinatown and authentic Mexican food in Fort Point. Then there's also the incredibly good homemade Italian food in the North End. Each boasts of distinct tastes that make up the uniquely diverse Boston city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Border clashes between Thailand and Cambodia intensify as the death toll rises and thousands flee. President Trump attacks Europe and says Russia has the upper hand in the war with Ukraine. And the world's first ban on social media for under-16s comes into effect in Australia. Now, fighting between Thailand and Cambodia over a disputed border is continuing to spread, and thousands of people have been displaced. Both sides blame each other for the fresh wave of clashes, with Cambodia claiming 2 more civilians were killed overnight. Meanwhile, Thailand has reported that at least 3 soldiers have been killed. Earlier, I spoke to our correspondent Patrick Fogg, who gave us the latest. Take a listen.
The situation is becoming more serious. It's gotten more intensified over the last 24 hours. Fighting has broken out in 9 provinces along the disputed border area. And the Thai Air Force has confirmed that it launched a second day of airstrikes, although it declined to give any further details. The death toll is also rising. You mentioned that on the Thai side, they say that 3 of their soldiers have been killed and dozens others wounded as well. The Cambodian side says 9 civilians are dead and about 20 wounded.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya English journalist Wandi Intengento and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett. Wandi and Michael, brilliant to both have you on the show with me this evening. Michael, let's start with you. We're going to be concentrating on Thailand and Cambodia. We had a previous ceasefire agreement between these 2 countries that was brokered by President Donald Trump. What's gone so wrong?
That agreement did not address the 2 underlying issues that have been affecting both sides for an awful long time. One is the border dispute. There is an 11th century temple that is on the Cambodian side, perhaps, but the Thais would actually like to claim it as theirs. So that wasn't addressed. And then there are the Thais, Thailand is holding 18 Cambodian hostages. So when the underlying issues remain unresolved, even a ceasefire cannot be extended that long, because both sides will end up becoming antagonistic towards the other, because the problems that started it are still there on the table.
And what's really interesting is many analysts who have been talking about the recent clashes that have now escalated again between Thailand and Cambodia have been talking about the ceasefire deal that was brokered with President Trump and also with the Prime Minister of Malaysia. And they say that the big problem is the ceasefire deal came to be under tariff pressure. And like you said, enough of those core issues weren't addressed at the time. So it's really interesting to hear that the US tariff pressure got the ceasefire deal over the line, but it's been difficult to hold because the basic issues are still there, really. And one day, you know, we talk about this, and when we see these kind of skirmishes on borders, thousands of people have to be displaced as a result to keep them safe. What's the advice being given to residents on both sides of the border?
I mean, talking about displacement, already 125,000 people from just Thailand have been displaced. Both Thailand and Cambodia have put in measures, safety measures, and of course, the key message here that they've sent out to their residents, both Cambodia and Thailand, is that the residents need to move away from the border. And of course, we've also seen the US Embassy both in Thailand and, of course, in Cambodia sending out alerts, travel advisories to their citizens to also do the same, moving away from the border and updating their details, their information, you know, in case, you know, something really, really bad happens, which already has happened. And of course, when it comes to businesses, I know we're talking about residents, businesses, travel agents have, you know, put out also alerts to tourists, and we know that Thailand will be the one that's mainly impacted because Thailand's tourism sector contributes to about 20%. So tourists will be affected, but tourism agencies have put out alerts, and of course both governments, and of course we've seen the US embassies and Chinese embassies as well.
Yes, so it's a serious threat for the ASEAN countries, as we are seeing. Of course, it's Christmas, Thailand, a hugely popular destination for many people. But also, Michael, when we look at this issue between Thailand and Cambodia, it's been ongoing for 4 decades. And it doesn't seem clear what's reignited this escalation we are seeing.
Well, there's a couple of things at play, and I would even say that it's gone. The tensions have existed for more than 100 years. Some would say that it was as far back as when the French left Cambodia and the border was set. The Thais were not necessarily happy with that, but there are issues that remain between these two countries. Some analysts have pointed to the skirmishes, of course, and the issue of landmines. The Thais accuse the Cambodians of planting new landmines, which have maimed and killed some Thai soldiers. But the other big issue that really has come into play, and it's no surprise, 2025, but there's been an awful lot of nationalistic propaganda on both sides of the border from all sorts of different people, sort of on social media, trumpeting the necessity for the Thais to stand up for their border and for the Cambodians not to back down. And that has created a little bit more tension, and it's also, analysts again would say that that's one of the reasons why there's nobody that is backing down at this point, because they feel they have to stand their ground.
And Wandi, we spoke about people being evacuated from where they live currently. What's the plan for them? Where are they taking these people to? Where are they finding safety within the country? Are they being looked after?
Of course, I mean, they have allocated areas, both in Thailand and Cambodia, to build makeshift shelters for residents. For an example, I saw a photograph of children in a market, a market where you buy your vegetables. So they've they've allocated certain areas to make these makeshift evacuation centers. Yeah.
And that's the interesting part, right? Because when we think about it, it's a lot of people that are affected by this. Like you said, 125,000 people in Thailand alone have moved, 20,000 in Cambodia. But I wonder, Michael, if other things are on our mind now, and should tariffs be kept separate from peace deals that have made? Because this is something analysts are saying here. Donald Trump, and they got this ceasefire over the line because of tariff pressure, but now many people saying, not quite sure that works.
When history books are written a few years from now, and we look back on the summer of 2025, it'll be very easy to talk about that as the summer of tariffs, where everybody was obsessed with it.
Yeah.
Governments around
myself included.
Governments around the world were absolutely concerned that they had to do everything possible to make sure they stayed on the right side of Donald Trump, or else they were going to be irreparably damaged because of the size of the tariffs. So yes, I think pre-Donald Trump's second term, I believe that most people would have said this is how diplomacy works, is that, military is one issue, nationalistic issues are another, tariffs, economic issues, military ones. These are all the different pieces. And sometimes you might pull one lever hoping that something else will happen. But Donald Trump was very blatant throughout the summer about how if he didn't like something, he was going to impose tariffs. I'm Canadian. He has done that where he didn't like a TV commercial that the province of Ontario put out during the World Series, and so he imposed tariffs and he cut off talks. So I wouldn't go so far as to say he's petty, but he certainly recognizes that there are a lot of issues that are happening around the world, some that he doesn't agree on. He'll speak out on them, and if they offend him so much because he is in this wonderfully powerful position, he will impose tariffs. So it's understandable that the Thais and the Cambodians were 100% willing to play ball.
And I think it is really interesting because there has been a muted reaction from the White House due to these recent clashes. Trump has called on both sides to honour the ceasefire deal, but we'll be keeping a close eye on that story. Wendy and Michael, thank you so much. Stay right there now as we move on to another story. And President Trump has said Russia has the upper hand and his Ukrainian counterpart Zelenskyy needs to get his act together whilst talking about the war between Russia and Ukraine during an interview with Politico's Dasha Burns. In the wide-ranging interview, he also attacked European leaders and described the continent as decaying. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Your team has been going back and forth between Putin and Zelenskyy with various drafts of a peace deal. Which country right now is in the stronger negotiating position?
Well, there can be no question about it. It's Russia. It's a much bigger country. It's a war that should have never happened. Frankly, it wouldn't have happened if I were president, and it didn't happen for 4 years. I watched that taking place, and I said, wow, they're going to cause some problems here. And it started, and it could have evolved into World War III, frankly. I think it's probably not going to be happening now. I think if I weren't president, you could have had World War III. I think you would have had a much bigger problem than you have right now. But right now, it's a big problem. It's a big problem for Europe, and they're not handling it well.
So just before we get into that, I want to bring you some breaking lines that we are getting. President Zelenskyy is speaking at the moment, and he says, Zelenskyy says Ukraine is ready for energy ceasefire if Russia agrees. Zelenskyy says Kyiv will do everything to have a meeting at top level with the US within the next 2 weeks. And Zelenskyy says Russian strikes on energy shows it has no desire for peace talks. Well, there we are. So we're hearing from Zelenskyy. He's putting out his feelings But let's talk about Donald Trump, Wendy, because he's definitely made his thoughts on Europe in that Politico interview absolutely clear today, hasn't he?
Of course, Donald Trump has entirely lost respect for the EU. I mean, it's quite clear. At this point, Donald Trump is very critical of the EU, and it's a sign that there's a widening rift between Trump and obviously Europe. So what he has said is he has, I guess, highly criticized EU leadership and labeled them as weak, and said they spend more time wanting to be politically correct, and that's something that Trump is obviously not about. He has basically criticized them, saying also that they don't even have their house in order. Looking at the immigration policies, definitely. So and also when you're looking at the progression of this peace deal, Trump says that EU has been basically sabotaging the peace process. So Trump is not happy with the EU. This will continue to affect their relationship going forward. Trump is in a rush to seal this deal. And he says the EU, they're not serious.
Michael, dare I say, I think he's got a tiny bit of a point on the EU.
Which point would that
I
be?
listened to the interview today with Politico. I found it quite interesting. I do think that this wide-ranging attack on Europe has been brewing. I don't think we should be surprised by this. I think we have seen the US National Security Strategy document that came out. J.D. Vance also came to Europe. You remember the Munich Security Conference attacked Europe on the freedom of speech. And I think when it comes to dithering and being slow, Europe undoubtedly has been. And I think that Europe would accept that criticism to some degree, because when it comes to Ukraine, they've had talks about talks. Let's unfreeze the Russian assets that we have, give it to Ukraine. Belgium's blocking it, Europe's still talking about it. When it came to missiles, it was the same thing. And I feel like Europe haven't got their act together enough to help Ukraine.
So there are different approaches. Donald Trump only has to consult with Donald Trump. If you're Italy, if you're France, you have so many other partners.
But that's what annoys Donald Trump.
Absolutely. And this is where he also doesn't have a great appreciation, it seems, for history. He also doesn't have a great understanding that sometimes the parts are greater than the individual. And in Europe, the way that it's worked for the past 80 years, and let's face it, it didn't work so well for a while when each country was operating on its own agenda, as Donald Trump does. He doesn't have to consult with anybody. In North America, he is bigger than Canada. He's bigger than everybody in South America. But in Europe, it doesn't work like that. And they've learned from their lessons. They've recognized that they need to work as one unit, which means that it's not just one country stepping forward and saying, this is what we're going to do. You have to get a consensus. Donald Trump does not like building consensus. This is not what he is in politics to do.
Maybe Wandy's right. He's just impatient. And he's wanted this deal on Russia and Ukraine since the first day. He said, I could end it in 24 hours, and it's just not going his way.
It's not. The UK actually rejected claims that they're not doing anything about it. And they said that we've imposed sanctions. Hello, Donald Trump. It's not like we're sitting here. We're sifting through the information. We're trying to reach consensus, amongst us, and we're trying to get to a point where no one is going to get killed. He blamed the EU. Donald Trump blamed the EU for obviously this ongoing war, saying that the reason why more people are dying is because you cannot come to a final decision, and you cannot implement any action that will end the war.
And it's so interesting because I just want to bring something else to you. Earlier on in that Politico interview, I'm just going to have a look at some of the wires that are crossing, because apparently Zelenskyy is now saying that he would hold elections, which is really interesting. And he's talking to the Ukrainian parliament about getting a framework up to do that. And I found that really interesting because in that Politico interview, Donald Trump was asked, should Zelenskyy hold elections, and he said he should. It's time for him to hold elections. He's been putting elections off because, you know, Russia always like, we don't want to deal with Zelenskyy because he is not elected. And I think it's really interesting because now we almost see Zelenskyy listening to Donald Trump and saying, actually, I'll put a framework in, and if you want Ukraine to hold elections in wartime, which never happens, we'll do it.
But this is also how you negotiate. You don't come out and say, oh, I'm willing to give you everything that you want. And I believe that for President Zelenskyy, the line in the sand is territorial concessions.
Yeah.
That he probably recognizes it all will come down to what he will concede. But if he has to hold elections, Donald Trump can then go back to Vladimir Putin and say, look, you got this, maybe you're not going to get that. Or maybe you're not going to get as much territory as you want. And this is where Donald Trump wants the president of Ukraine to come forward and say, yes, I'll give you everything that you want, when it seems to all accounts that this 20-point peace plan at this point is very much in favor of Russia.
And I wonder if that's because Donald Trump almost respects the aggressor in some respects, you know, bringing Russia out of isolation. It's been a pariah state for so long. We are seeing like a big diplomatic and foreign policy shift when it comes to Russia, which I think will be another interesting conversation that we'll all be having in time. Like, where does Russia stand on the global stage after all of this?
And this is, to your point, this is one of the reasons why I don't think that Donald Trump has the patience to go through these negotiations. Vladimir Putin is an existential threat to the Europeans as well as a real threat. And because Donald Trump doesn't live in Europe, he doesn't have that appreciation. Instead, he looks at it from afar and he sees an incredibly strong, aggressive man, and that's very much what he likes, how he likes to project himself.
I still think that Europe have dithered on this.
Yes.
And I still think that Donald Trump does have a fair point.
Agreed.
When it does come to Europe, because a lot could have been done a lot earlier on, a lot quicker, and it's been a very difficult road. And we also can't forget that this is almost a proxy war. If we have a look in Ukraine, the weapons that are being used, they're American. Europe are buying them from America and sending them to Ukraine. So it is, in many respects, we do forget that, but it is American weapons.
And I would agree that there is, to get to your earlier point about the Europeans dithering, I think that instead of Belgium and France being concerned about the legal issues, if they were to take the frozen Russian assets and give them to Ukraine, they should say, you lost all legal right when you invaded another country. Yeah. Instead, they're having far too many conversations. I agree with that.
And that's what annoys Donald Trump.
Sorry, well, I mean, I think what's quite clear is that Donald Trump believes that there isn't enough political will to make this peace deal come to light. That's really, I think, what he believes.
Doesn't think Europe have been strong enough or want it enough.
Yeah. But he also doesn't seem to have an appreciation that there has to be a back and forth. There has to be a negotiation. You're asking a country that was invaded to give up territory. And that's not an easy ask for anybody.
And it's also, like Wendy said, it's Europe getting their act together, the political will, and if they even have the money to keep sending to Ukraine. You know, 4 years they've been funding this war. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that story. We're going to move on now. And Australia's social media ban for under-16s has come into effect, with platforms like Instagram, TikTok and YouTube being forced to block more than 1 million accounts. Under the new law, which started from midnight, 10 of the biggest social media companies will have to block all Australians under 16 or risk being fined up to $33 million. The latest regulation has been criticised by major tech firms. Michael, what do you make of this? And do young people need this protection from social media?
I think adults need the protection from social media.
And the doom scroller.
We all, I think, get into that far too often during the course of a week, where we're finding ourselves doom scrolling, as the kids would say. I do think that children need to be protected. You know, the issues and why this started was because of the cyberbullying, because of the online grooming, and because of the harmful content that's available. And I think that affects all of us. And when you're anywhere from the ages of, well, anyone who's younger than 16, those can have an incredible impact on your psyche and your mental health. And we're so much more aware of through social media, of the need to be aware of our mental health. I do think that this is the right move as a starting point. I do think that because this legislation was rushed through, I do think that this will be fine-tuned over the course of time. I've seen Australian reports where they've recognized that they're the guinea pig. Yeah. They are the test case, and that there are many countries around the world that are watching to see the good and the bad and what they will do if, in fact, they introduce something similar. But for me, the biggest point, and the one that I'm most excited about, is that tech companies are going to now be held accountable for the content, and they're going to have to do a much better job of moderating the content and maybe have less of a hand in the way that an algorithm is so personalized.
I find it interesting, this whole debate, but Wandi, you know, we talk about the algorithm and we talk about this under 16s ban coming in Australia, social media. It seems quite radical, and I think a lot of people would probably be watching this and think, wow, that's a big task.
And I mean, that's why countries like France have kind of played around with alternatives. A France parliamentary inquiry was looking into maybe introducing something more lenient towards teenagers by introducing a curfew, a digital curfew between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m.
That makes sense.
You know, that's a compromise.
It is a compromise, but once again, difficult to implement. And I also think the UK brought out this online safety bill, which was quite interesting. And a lot about that was age verification for certain websites, you know, really harmful content that teenagers and children can have access to. And that's been another thing that they've tried to implement. But Wandi, do you think this concept could be rolled out in other countries, and are other countries watching what Oz is doing right now?
I don't know if I should say this, but I feel like it's a...
Say it.
I'll say it.
Say it.
It's a dictator's dream to roll out something like this.
The ban.
The ban, yes. I mean, obviously a dictator would want an entire, you know, social media ban for everybody. But of course, I mean, there are countries that are also looking to follow in the same footsteps. We've got Malaysia, who will be introducing the same model next year. You have Denmark, Singapore, New Zealand. So there's definitely a lot of interest globally regarding this. But as I mentioned before, I mean, France also have the same type of model structure that they've implemented in 2023 when it comes to the social media ban for under 16. They are looking into introducing this digital curfew for 15 to 18-year-olds between 10 p.m. and obviously 8 a.m., as I said. But then I just want to go back in time, and I just think to myself, when I was 15, at 10 p.m., I was already asleep. So I wouldn't necessarily have my phone in hand. My concern is, what about the other time frames? What happens then?
I do think, in answer to that, you know, there are some schools around the world that old school phones are allowed on school campuses, but no smartphones are allowed. So that would handle the school hour times. And then, something that we discussed earlier, then the responsibility goes back to the parents. So, okay, you get off the school grounds, you're allowed your smartphone, and then, again, the parent is then the one who's going to have to make sure that they monitor what, you know, their children are doing. I also think another way to tackle this issue is for educational institutions, schools, from a very young age, to introduce curriculum where children are taught how to use it.
They're doing that in the UK. That's part of this Online Safety Act. And I find that what Wandi said about it being a dictatorship, I'm not a fan of bans or of the social media ban, and I have said that before. Because my concern, and a lot of it, is the fact that it's it could isolate people from certain things that they like to do, you know, like forums or games that people are interested in that are quite niche. And also, in Australia's a big country. People live far apart, you know, a lot of social media is to connect with family. And another thing, I think AI now, our generation, we didn't have it at schools, but most of the kids coming through school now will need AI for the future, for their career. And that's all sort of been guardrailed and monitored, and that makes me a little bit concerned.
I understand that point, but I think that you can live your entire life up to 16 years of age without something and still have a career in whatever field that is.
Let's see how this all plays out. It's fun. Wanty and I have kind of a similar stance in this. Michael, you are slightly the outlier, so we'll check back in a few
surprise
years.
there.
Hey. And now we're going to move on to another story. What do you buy, the person who has everything at Christmas? Well, now you can ask an AI chatbot for gift advice. From ChatGPT to Gemini, you can now search ideas and bargains for your friends and family, seemingly taking the stress out of shopping. Well, there we are. What do you make of this idea, Wanty, and will you be using AI for your Christmas shopping?
I love bargains, of course. I mean, I love a good sale, and I also love shopping. You know, I love walking into a store, smelling the product. That's just me. I'm a traditional shopper. When it comes to, obviously, using AI, I mean, it's great because it will make my shopping faster. And I'll be able, obviously, to compare prices and, you know, all of that. And I'll save a lot more. But then, if we're talking about Xmas shopping, I'm going back to South Africa. I don't see how AI would be able to find the right retailer for chicken feet.
Well, we call it in Zimbabwe walkie-talkie, because it's
There's no
only
way.
the feet with the head. And I'm sure that if we went on AI, they wouldn't be able to find walkie-talkie, would they, Wanty?
No, I mean, there are certain African delicacies. I mean, I don't know if you've been to Africa. Have you?
I have not.
Oh, okay. So there are certain African delicacies where you have to walk into a store, and even furniture. You know, you just have to feel the leather, you know?
I think that's...
I don't think AI can do that.
But I think that in Africa, that might be a completely different situation. But I think in many other parts of the world where most people will have goods and food delivered to them, I think that AI is an advantage. And I think it makes shopping more efficient. I do think that you can certainly compare prices. I think it's also, if your prompts are good, I think it can be very helpful in sparking an idea. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to purchase that, and it also doesn't mean that you're going to shop online. But at least you have a starting point if you're going to go to the mall, for instance.
I would be with Wanty on this again. I'm a traditional shopper. I love to give loads of thought to a gift and go in and buy a gift for somebody. I must admit something, I'm also a Christmas Eve shopper. I'm completely disorganized. So when I hear about AI, I think, oh gosh, you need to be really organized months in advance to start searching on it. I'm sort of the more traditional shopper, even though I'm lastminute.com. I still like a physical store. And I know AI, we talk about AI. What worries me is sometimes I order things off the internet and they look a little bit different when they arrive. Imagine
that's why you have to walk into a store.
Yeah.
Yes, but I would say that old school, you walk into a store, sometimes you know what you want to get, sometimes it's to browse.
Oh, yeah.
And how is the browsing in person any different than the browsing online or the browsing that you're going to go through when you're using AI?
The dress always looks different.
Exactly.
In store, doesn't it, to online?
Exactly. I don't think AI knows my silhouette.
But you could put it in there.
Yes, you could. Absolutely could. Yes, of course you could. I mean, AI is so efficient at not just giving you ideas, but taking the information that you're giving so that it turns out the information that's accurate and tailored to your needs. And that's what makes it also scary, is that it can be just for you.
Exactly.
And it makes it kind of weird that we're giving AI so much personal information. It already knows everything, doesn't it?
But our phones know everything. I mean, I don't know why people are so concerned about the smallest detail when they're out shopping and somebody asks for their mobile number or they ask for an email address. I mean, they already have so much information. I mean, who doesn't have a Facebook account or an X account or an Instagram or TikTok account? And you're sharing so much information about where you live, how you dress, what you look like, what you're angry about, what gets you excited. And now people are concerned about the gift that they're getting for their mom is going to be somehow an issue of privacy.
Look, Leigh Ann, for me, I mean, I understand how the AI could drive up sales, but I'm more concerned now about, small businesses. Will they be able to afford this, type of technology?
And it's crushing our small businesses and the unique shops. It sort of takes the spirit out of things being a little bit different, because if we go into the big malls and stuff, there isn't very many independent stores anymore. It's all the big chain stores. And there has been a little bit of an argument when it comes to AI. How do you get these more unique platforms on that has one independent shop and it from not going under if not people aren't going to Christmas shop?
But the festive season, Christmas is, for the past number of years, decades, has been very much a commercial time. And I don't know that AI is doing anything more than making that time more efficient. We're still spending the same money, maybe with the big companies, maybe with the independent companies, but I don't know that AI is going to do anything other than make the consumer, make their process or their shopping experience easier. And I think that's what everybody wants. Whatever they do, they want something that's a little bit easier than what they did before.
Dare I say it, but I always think men are more likely to shop online for Christmas presents, and us women are more likely to go into the shop.
Let's take a poll right now. How many have an Amazon app on their phone, and how many have a shopping cart that's full of items? I bet you do. I bet you do.
I have an Amazon account, but it's empty.
Exactly.
I don't have
maybe it's empty now, but how many times during the course of a year does it have 8 or 12 things? I know so many. I have a daughter, I have a wife, and I have female colleagues, and they will tell me the size of their cart. And then they'll empty it all after a couple of months, and then they'll go through the process of filling it up again. Sometimes just putting it in the cart is enough of a shopping experience for them.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes I try to like things on websites, like clothes. They might be a little bit expensive, but I love them. And then if a discount comes up, I see that it's much cheaper, so I'll buy it.
Yeah.
Something like that. But Lucy, our producer, is just telling me in my ear, she is a woman and all her shopping's been online. She's done it all already, and it's all been done and dusted.
And she has great taste.
And she has great taste.
In clothes.
She's lots of. I haven't bought one Christmas present yet, but anyway, let's move on from that. It's that time of the show where Wendy and Michael have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Michael, tell us about the Symphony of Wolves.
So this was an AP story that was picked specifically for you because I know you love your dogs and I know you love your animals. And I've come in here too often with horrific animal stories that I know have not excited you. So this one is an AP story from Argentina, and they set what they think is the unofficial world record for the largest gathering of golden retrievers.
And you can see them right there on the screen.
Almost 2,400 gathered in a park in the capital of Argentina, and they believe they beat the record, again, an unofficial record from last year in Vancouver, where they had almost 1,700 that came together.
Can I tell you what? I'm glad that it's that many golden retrievers because they're quite well behaved.
Yeah.
I have really naughty dogs. And Jack Russells, I think that amount of Jack Russells together wouldn't be looking that calm.
Yeah, I think the record for Jack Russell Terriers would be maybe 3.
Yeah, 3 before.
And then one would take off.
A mass brawl broke out between them. But what a beautiful pictures. Look at that. Oh, they're lovely dogs, actually, a golden retriever.
And they are great service dogs. The golden retrievers in particular, wonderful at sniffing out cancer and also low blood sugar. So they can be instrumental for especially children and people who are maybe not as aware about when they're starting to falter.
And a great family dog. Great with children, great all-round dog. But I would have loved to have been in that park. Is it not so cute, Wendy?
So cute.
So cute. Oh, thank you, Michael. At least it wasn't a story about a zoo. Okay. And we're going to move on now. And yours, Wendy, is all about my favourite actor, who's Leonardo DiCaprio, and he's explained why he always covers his face in public.
Leonardo DiCaprio, at some point he was the sexiest man alive.
Yeah.
At some point. But, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio, as we know him, I mean, he's a mega star. He has been featured in these iconic movies, Titanic, Wolf of Wall Street. Leonardo DiCaprio is suffering from a disease called fame. So he's came out in an article by the Daily Mail, basically highlighting why he feels like fame has ruined his life. But I'm saying it's the trade that he had to make. So he goes out in public wearing caps, Batman, masks, COVID masks as well. I think it really confuses me on why he would feel like, you know, this is all unfair, because when he became a star 30 years ago, I think, you know, he should have known that there are people out there who are willing to even drink his bathwater. That's the price you pay for fame.
But there are actors nowadays who are much more honest about fame. And they'll say, when you're starting out, you have to ask yourself, do you want to be an actor or do you want to be famous? They'll see it as two different things.
But unfortunately for him, it's, you know, obviously both have happened to him.
But I also believe that that's the path that he's decided to go down. There are other celebrities, I'll name one who I'm a fan of, Bruce Springsteen, who will go out on the street, and he will not necessarily have bodyguards with him. He recognizes that he will give of his time when he goes in and comes out of somewhere, but he also will operate as though he is just a regular person. And I think that if you go out on the street and you have 15 bodyguards, you're obviously trying to draw a fair bit of attention to yourself. If you go out on the street, maybe with a friend who acts as a bodyguard but is also a friend, I think that could be fine.
And also, if you go out on the street with an umbrella over your head like that, a COVID mask, a Batman mask, and a few caps, people are also going to be like,
I'm calling the paparazzi.
What's happening?
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
I do think one thing in Leonardo DiCaprio's defence, in a way, I do think that he's a little bit got the fame disease, but he's also an actor I love. I think he's very talented, but he's also not one of the flashy guys who goes out and does all these big interviews. He's a humanitarian, he's into climate change, but you never really see him on the cover of magazines. He doesn't advertise his life. He's not selling, we don't know much about him. What does he do in his, you know, we know about his young girlfriends, but we don't actually know his hobbies or what he likes, and he doesn't advertise himself. So that might be a little bit frustrating for him, because he's not like a Tom Cruise who goes on all the big talk shows and does everything and jumps on sofas and carries on like that. So maybe he feels like, oh, well, maybe
I do feel for him. I mean, last year he came out
Really?
to say...
He's got...
Yes, I do. I do have feelings, you know. He did last year come out saying that he was diagnosed with OCD, and this has to do with, obviously,
we
the
all
work
have
that he
OCD,
does.
for heaven's sakes.
So fame has really impacted his mental health.
I don't know about that, and I wouldn't necessarily criticize his mental health, because I can't say. But I just think that there are choices that we all have to make. And I think that he's chosen, I mean, he's been acting since he was 14.
Oh, yeah. Basketball Diaries.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
before that, he was on Growing Pains,
Yes,
a
he was,
TV
yeah.
show.
Yeah.
So he hasn't really known any other life except this. So he's created, his own world. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But I don't think you can create your own world, benefit from it in all the wonderful ways that you have, and then complain about it because you don't necessarily like now, at almost 50 years of age, how you have, I guess, been treated by the public, or what it is that you have to do so that you can go about your daily. And unfortunately, I mean, I wear a baseball cap an awful lot as well. And it is part of life sometimes. I just don't think that it's that big a deal.
Oh, are you famous?
No, but the process that we're talking
no
about
idea.
is somebody wearing a hoodie and a baseball cap, that's a problem for him. I think that you're maybe being a little bit too sensitive if that is something that you have to deal with.
He is famous, Wanty, like you.
Oh.
Yeah. We've all got the famed...
I should wear a mask.
Yes.
There you go.
But it is interesting, you know, this big old age debate when it comes to Hollywood. You seek the fame, you hate the fame, you seek the press, you slag off the press. It's the ongoing cycle, isn't it?
You want them when you want them.
You want them when you want them, and you don't cry at the bank machine. You know, let's be honest, they're not Paul.
Not.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, and of course to our guest today, Al Arabiya English journalist Wandi Inten Gento and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. GNT will be coming up next. Goodbye, thank you, and have a nice evening.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up in today's programme, all eyes back on the war in Ukraine with no breakthrough on peace negotiations still. Ukraine is said to be preparing a new revised peace plan to submit to Washington. This follows on from President Zelensky's talks in Europe. He said he's unwilling to give up any territory. We ask, is there any chance of any peace anytime soon? We'll also be focusing on Lebanon as Israel's military confirms it has struck more Hezbollah facilities inside southern Lebanon. Plus, we'll take a look back at President Putin's visit to India and find out what emerged from it and what the state of ties is between Moscow and New Delhi. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with Ukraine as President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is preparing to present a revised peace plan to the White House. Well, on Monday, President Zelenskyy met the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the French President Emmanuel Macron and the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz in London. This to discuss the latest version of a peace plan drafted between the Ukrainian and US officials last week. Well, President Zelenskyy says Ukraine has no legal or moral right to give up land to Russia in any deal aimed at ending Moscow's nearly 4-year-long invasion. Well, there's been no breakthrough in the peace talks, despite the recent talks between US and Russian officials in Moscow. Meanwhile, Russia's top military general claims that his forces are advancing on the entire front line in Ukraine and that they've surrounded Ukrainian troops in the town of Minarad. Well, we're joined now by Dr. Chris Parry, who's a former Rear Admiral and former NATO commander. He joins us from Portsmouth in the United Kingdom. Dr. Parry, thank you very much for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. President Zelenskyy has been holding these talks in London. They happened yesterday. The British Prime Minister was there, the French President, the German Chancellor. And presumably they've got very different messages for Ukraine than what Washington has been saying to Ukraine. Sir Keir Starmer said that progress was made at those talks. But I want to ask you, what's your opinion? What difference do you think this kind of European effort will ultimately make to the negotiation process?
Well, I think we have to recognise that this agreement, if it ever comes, is going to be framed by the United States and Russia. Ukraine, of course, is caught between the upper and the nether millstone here. What the Europeans are trying to do is say, look, we are going to continue to support Ukraine. How best can we do it? But also at the same time, how can we actually provide leverage for Ukraine in this big sort of setup between the United States and Russia?
Right, and we've heard President Zelenskyy, presumably feeling
very supported by his European allies. Russia insists we're going to give up territory, but we won't. And when Washington hears that, they're just going to think we're back to square one, aren't they?
I think, Tom, we're in a negotiating phase now. I mean, we're not seeing the end of the game, and so everybody is obviously playing tough. They're going for maximalist demands at this stage, and it's the erosion of those maximalist demands that will result in some sort of peace. Now, the big worry for Europeans right now is that you might get an armistice or a peace with Russia at the moment, but actually Russia will just come back a year later when it's recovered, it's refreshed its armaments, and it's actually got more manpower. And everybody sees echoes of what happened in Europe just before the Second World War when Hitler basically did exactly the same, said he wanted a bit of Czechoslovakia. He was given a bit of Czechoslovakia in return for peace because the rest of Europe wasn't ready to take on Germany at the time. And then 9 months later, he marched into the rest of Czechoslovakia. And so that image is in European leaders' minds at the moment. At the same time, you know, Europe's not ready to fight Russia if Russia decides to actually widen the conflict, or indeed, of course, refuses to recognize the legitimacy of the peace process if Zelenskyy remains in power. Some of the rhetoric right now is suggesting that Russia doesn't want Zelenskyy to stay in power beyond any peace settlement.
Right. And I mean, I'm just wondering whether we could also run the risk of reaching a point where the United States says this is a huge commitment of our time and resources, and they just walk away from the negotiating table. Do you think that is a risk? And what would be some of the associated hazards of reaching that point?
Tom, I think they're almost saying that now. I mean, I think President Trump's agenda is that any future security in Europe relating to Ukraine is left to the Europeans, whether that's in terms of obviously supporting financially and morally Ukraine continuing the fight, or indeed providing wider security for Ukraine within a European model. I think we've discussed before, Tom, that the Americans see that China is their pacing threat and homeland security is their pacing scenario. And what I think President Trump wants is responsibility for peace and stability in Europe within an overall framework that has been established between Russia and the United States. I think he wants the Europeans to take on the burden of that security and that of the Americans to diminish over time.
Right, but it's quite confusing because on the one hand, President Trump views China as being a threat. But China is actually, you know, China has a hand in what's happening in Ukraine, according to reports, and it's offered a fair amount of support to Russia, financial, and also by helping it to circumnavigate some of the sanctions that are in place. So handing territory to Russia and perceiving to give Russia a victory in this is, by extension, giving victory to China, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. There is a perception that could be the case. I mean, what we have to, I think, establish in our minds is the fact for the last 5 years or so, two power blocks have been emerging. That's Russia, China, Iran, North Korea acting together. I call them the Eurasian autocrats. And they have both collective and individual interests in the continent of Eurasia and the waters around it. So Russia's interests, of course, are projected towards the Baltic and the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. China's is in the Indo-Pacific region. North Korea has its issue with South Korea. And until it was smashed by Israel, of course, Iran had its greater Persian agenda in the Middle East and the region where you are now. So that has been opposed, I think, in a very loose way by what I call the maritime democracies. That's the United States, Canada, parts of Europe, United Kingdom, of course, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, and I think in a sort of midway, sort of India as well. Now, every other country at the moment is trying to establish their relationship to that sort of dual block relationship. You know, I think the countries that want development are tending towards the Eurasian autocrats, the countries that want security and the rule of law probably tending towards the maritime democracies. But overlaying that, you've got the BRICS countries, and of course the UAE and countries in the greater Middle East have an interest in that as well. So it's slightly complicated, but you're absolutely right, Tom. Most of the armaments that Russia is using right now are being provided by China, North Korea and Iran. So if you're fighting any of these or confronting any of these countries, you're going to end up having the others lined up behind them. There's no question about that. But what's happening in Eurasia is they're supporting each other's territorial and geographic interests. As I said, Russia towards the Baltic and the Black Sea, and the others are supporting China in the Indo-Pacific, and so it goes on. And I think we have to get used to that fact. And we're in a world of great power conflict here. So middle countries have to, as I said, sort out how they sit in relationship to those two big blocs.
And just looking at Ukraine specifically again and the situation on the battlefield, I mean, Russia's been claiming for a while, I mean, for the last few days, that it's captured this city of Pokrovsk. Not clear that they actually have done. But what is your understanding of what the current situation is?
Well, as far as Pokrovsk is concerned, Tom, I think what you're seeing is that you've got a major frontal assault on Pokrovsk, and around the sides of it and in the rear, you've got infiltration by Russian special units and also some of their smaller assault units as well. It's taking a real pounding from aviation, artillery and drones as well. But that whole front right now is really suffering from the Russian point of view from a shortage of manpower. They're pounding it, certainly they are, with artillery, with aviation and drones. And as you well know, just to the north of Pokrovsk, you've got this fortress belt, and it consists of the cities of Slovyansk, Kramatorsk, and Druzhkivka. And these are the cities and the area that Russia really wants as part of the negotiation. The reason they want it is it's heavily fortified, and somebody calculated a while ago that if they really wanted to capture these in battle, it would probably cost them about 800,000 troops in killed, wounded. And so that is a price they don't want to pay. And this is a time when Russia economically and militarily is actually beginning to feel the pain. And there are people that I talk to, academics and military, who say, look, we've just got to hold firm right now. We've got to call Russia's bluff. And President Putin's going to come to terms because he can't afford to go through to the next campaigning season in the state he's in at the moment.
Dr. Parry, do you think there's a concerted effort on the part of the European allies of Ukraine, like the ones who were assembled at Downing Street yesterday, to somehow put Ukraine in the strongest possible position on the battlefield, in the knowledge that it would give Ukraine a strengthened hand at the negotiating table? Do you think that's happening?
Oh, I think that's, I think that's very perceptive, Tom. Yeah, I think that's exactly the case. Just as Russia at the moment is trying to get as much battlefield advantage as possible, despite its limitations, the Europeans are trying to stand behind President Zelenskyy and say, right, just face up to him. Now, the problem's going to occur is if, as you hinted earlier, the Americans say, look, we're bored with this. It's ridiculous. You're acting like children. We're going to walk away from this. And of course, the Europeans are left holding the baby. And there is a campaigning season that starts in April next year. And of course, Zelenskyy is going to turn around and say, well, you promised me the support. What are you going to do? One thing I'm sure about is that the Europeans are not going to commit troops in any capacity whatsoever. The Russians don't want troops in Ukraine. I think what they'll push for is some sort of security guarantee for Ukraine that guarantees the borders. But without the Americans, I don't see how they're going to enforce it.
And when you look at the overall picture and this split in approaches to Ukraine that now exists between the Europeans on one side, the Americans on the other side, I mean, it must suit Russia very well to see divisions emerging. And I mean, they weren't, I mean, I think there was a pretty united front, wasn't there, until about a year ago on the subject of Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, I think President Putin will be delighted to see the split between the two elements of NATO, for example. But I think, he mustn't get too complacent about it. NATO's still pretty strong. And we've got to remember that Ukraine wasn't a NATO country. It isn't a NATO country. So the same guarantees don't apply to Ukraine that would apply to, say, Finland or the Baltic states if something happened there. My own view is that President Putin does want to apply the pressure to other European states once he's finished or stabilized in Ukraine. And he'll be looking next at the Baltic region. As I said, the two neuroses that really, for the last 150, 200 years, have really played on the Russian mind is somehow there's instability, or indeed they can't control the Baltic or the Black Sea. Well, going into Ukraine, partly was to control the Black Sea. There were other reasons as well, including seizing the agricultural oil and gas resources, and more importantly, the population resources. One of the big drum beats right now from the Russians is they're not actually producing enough children. So if they take over Ukraine, they take over millions of people as well who sort of look like Russians, and that means a lot to them. You go to the Baltic, they've got unfinished business there. They used to control most of the Baltic coastline during the Cold War. That's not the case anymore, and they're even more upset that Finland and Sweden have joined NATO as a result of the Ukraine war. So they're feeling very insecure in the Baltic, and I suspect that's where they're going to go next to try and do what they've done around Ukraine.
Yeah, I wonder if preemptive action is being taken in the Baltic with that scenario in mind. And just lastly, Dr. Parry, and briefly, if you don't mind, I mean, on Friday, the United States published this national security strategy document. What do you think the reaction has been to that in the UK and in Europe generally?
Well, of course, the immediate reaction was, is this America first or is this America alone? Well, if you read it and you read between the lines, this is simply America saying, look, we're going to have China as our pacing threat, as I had said earlier. If we've got the capacity to help our allies, we're going to do so, but only if they invest in their own defense and they haven't destabilized their own societies. And you'll see there's a very heavy hint that they will only support countries that support their values and their civilizational criteria. That's the first time we've ever seen that in an American security strategy. In the past, of course, they've gone out there and they've helped mankind. They've helped all sorts of human rights causes, international law, all that sort of thing. It's not like that anymore. The Americans are saying it's America first. If we've got capacity and if we think you're actually pulling your weight in civilizational and military terms, we'll come and help you as well. That's what it's saying. And I think it's no surprise, Tom, you know, for the last 10 years, we've seen the Americans saying we're fed up with Europeans freeloading on essentially what is nearly $1 trillion a year defense budget in the United States. You know, that's lots of hospitals, schools and other social programs that we could be putting in place if only the Europeans pulled their weight. And the real message is, if you want our support, this is the Americans speaking, if you want our support, if you want to be our allies, you've got to match us in terms of muscular diplomacy and indeed muscular nationalism as well.
OK, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. Dr. Chris Parry, thank you very much indeed for your time. Let's get more now. We can speak to Alexander Hara, who is the former advisor to the Ministry of Defense in Ukraine and also a fellow at the Center for Defense Strategies. Thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure talking to you. I would like to just start by asking about the talks that were held in London on Monday. And we've also seen President Zelenskyy meeting with the NATO chief, Mark Rutte, the EU chief, Ursula von der Leyen, today in Italy meeting the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. What do you think is the desired effect of this show of European solidarity, do you think?
Hello, Tom. First of all, let me put it in a wider context. There is no single sign of Russia willing to stop this war. And they're trying to use all tools available to undermine any real peace talks. In the beginning of this year, Trump was threatening Russia with tariffs if Putin is not to agree on the ceasefire. And then they met in Alaska, and after that meeting, Mr. Trump made a U-turn. He gave up this idea of the ceasefire and didn't impose any tariffs on Russia. The same thing happened with the 28-point plan. The Europeans were about to decide the fate of immobilized Russian assets in Belgium, and Putin and his people just released this plan, allegedly developed along with the Americans, even though if you read it, it's a bad translation from Russian into English. So it seems to me that in the context of the recent issues of the national security strategy of the United States, it's obvious that Europe is irrelevant for the United States, not to mention Ukraine. And this administration would gladly pass on this issue to Europeans and just like resolve it in any way and then focus on something else. And that's why they try to exert some pressure. And here we comes to these talks of Mr. Zelenskyy with European leaders, with EU structures, with NATO Secretary General. We are trying to rally behind us the support of Europeans, because our future and the results of this war will greatly affect the whole security architecture in Europe for years to come. And that's why we are natural allies with European partners. That's why we are trying to speak in one voice with our American partners who are criticizing Europe, who are actually declared a political war against Europe. So this is the reason why Zelenskyy is touring Europe and meeting all those people and trying to promote negotiated with European partners a version of a peace plan that is acceptable to Ukraine.
Right. Is it going to be acceptable to Washington, though? Because the latest peace plan that Ukraine is submitting to the United States, it seems not to include any mention of ceding territory. And I'm just wondering how you think Washington will react to a plan like that.
Well, we don't care how they will react to our unwillingness not to cede an inch of Ukrainian territory, internationally recognized, and actually by Russia itself. And actually, the so-called Budapest Memorandum of 1994 got security assurances from the United States, from Russia, and some other countries that neither Ukrainian sovereignty nor territorial integrity or political stability would be undermined by the undersigned parties. And now Mr. Trump and his friends, because no, they don't have official positions, like his son-in-law Jared Kushner or his business partner Steve Witkoff, they want Ukraine to cede territory in return for nothing, because we do not believe, first and foremost, we do not believe that ceding any territory will bring any type of peace to Ukraine. Second thing, we cannot do that for many reasons, starting from the constitution to the humanitarian issues. I'm a native of Donetsk city that has been occupied by Russia since 2014. And my compatriots from that region has been converted into Russian soldiers, and they were thrown into the battle and they were killed fighting for Russia. And the same thing will happen to all those men and women that are living on the temporary occupied territory of Russia that Russia wants to be to incorporate in its state. So it's completely unacceptable, not just for Ukrainians, not just for Europeans, but the whole world. If it's possible to conquer someone's territory, why the other guys, bad guys across the globe, would not try to do that if aggression pays off? So it's not just interest of Ukraine not to cede that territory, but for the rest of the world to support Ukraine, not to do so, and to deter Mr. Trump from recognizing this illegal annexation of Ukraine's territory.
On Sunday, President Trump said he was disappointed in President Zelenskyy. I mean, that's just the latest in what's been, quite a roller coaster of exchanges between Kyiv and Washington. Lots of shifts in the Trump administration's attitude towards Kyiv. Where are we right now, in your opinion?
Well, there are some bumps and roads, bumps and ups and downs, on this road. Well, we get used to it. We understand that there is inconsistency in Mr. Trump's policies, because during his first term of office, there was a Pompeo declaration that set the policy of the United States to never recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea. But now Americans are talking about forcing Ukraine to recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea and some other territories. But there are some times, and particularly after the meeting with the Ukrainian officials, that Mr. Trump is on Ukrainian side, and he says that he is interested in supporting sovereignty of Ukraine and that Ukraine should be a prosperous European state. So I don't think that it's a final decision in the mind of Mr. Trump and his surrounding regarding Ukraine. He may change that, let's say, position. He believes that, the size of the country dictates the rules, that Russia is big, and that's why it can do genocide in Ukraine and get along with all those things that it's committed here, which is not true. Russia has been beaten many times in history, and it's possible for Ukraine to do so. At least it's not a position, Ukraine is not in a position to give up those territories that Russians are not able to conquer anytime soon.
I mean, there's a risk, isn't there, that the United States walks away from the negotiation efforts, the peace efforts, and says, right, you're on your own. I mean, that would be pretty dangerous for not just Ukraine, but the whole of Europe, wouldn't it?
Well, there are some let's say, issues related to that. But look, this administration didn't provide Ukraine with a single penny of assistance. Actually, in the new coming National Defense Authorization Act for 2026, there is $400 million for assistance to Ukraine. But you cannot compare it to the assistance that has been provided by previous administration and previous Congress. So this administration is not helping us at all. Secondly, every piece of equipment that we got from Americans now are either bought by Ukrainian money, it's not a big share of the sales, or by our European and other partners. So Americans are interested in getting money out of this war. And finally, Mr. Trump understands if something terrible happens to Ukraine on his watch, it will be Afghanistan 2.0 and politically devastating for his party's future, and particularly given the ratings and what's going on within the party ranks before the midterm elections in November next year. So I don't think that he will risk politically in domestic affairs trying to push Ukraine under the Russian bus. So yes, we will be in difficult position, in particular if Americans would cut intelligence sharing that we need to see the early warning of the Russian launch of Russian missiles and drones. But it doesn't mean that we will be not able to defend ourselves, and it doesn't mean that we will be ready to cede territory and to agree on any limitation of our sovereignty.
What do you think Russia thinks when it sees splits emerging in the relationship and the resolve of the Europeans and the Americans? How do you think that's viewed by President Putin and by officials in Moscow?
Everyone who knows the Russian thinking, they hate the West in general, democracy, and Europe, a united Europe and the United States. And certainly they try to play that and try to exploit differences in vision. Recently, I was struck by the number of MAGA people praising Mr. Dugin, one of the fascist philosophers of Russia, who actually made up his so-called philosophical and geopolitical views just to undermine the collective West. And they praise him, and they believe that Russia is a Christian conservative country, and it's better to be buddies with Russia rather than with Europe. So it's beyond my comprehension. But anyway, the Russian has been working on that. They've been trying to interfere in elections in different countries, including the United States, and it has been proven, particularly via the social networks and some operators, engage in and supporting some candidates in the United States, in France, in some other countries as well. So there is a political warfare going on between Russia, or from the Russian side to Europe and against the United States, and unfortunately, those countries are not fighting back. They're trying to be on defense, and they are losing this battle of information and psychological warfare. So the Russians are happy. They see that Europe is not capable to rise up to the challenge, while the United States are not interested in being engaged in Europe anymore.
Okay, and just lastly, before we wrap up, we're being told, according to some of the news reports, that Russia has captured the city of Pokrovsk, although Ukraine disputes this, and there have been some signs of Ukrainian flags in Pokrovsk in the last day or two. What's your understanding of the situation there and more broadly on the battlefield?
Well, it's a difficult situation. Well, there is no reason for me or anyone from Ukraine to hide it. But when we are talking about what's going on in that part of Ukraine, we are trying to trade the many Russian lives for each and every meter of well-fortified urban building. I mean the city setting. And yes, the Russians are in control of a major part of the city, but they do not control it as a whole. And we are inflicting great damage to their material and to their manpower. And the only way how we can fight this war and this strategic defense operation can be carried out. And actually, one of the reasons why we cannot agree to cede the territory of Donetsk region is because there are a couple of other cities as fortresses that we should not provide Russia with an opportunity to strengthen themselves and then have the possibility to attack other regions of Ukraine like Kharkiv or Dnipropetrovsk. So that's why there is no any chance of Zelenskyy of agreeing to cede those territories without a fight or to legally recognize them as being Russian. So we are going to fight tooth and nail because it's the war of our survival. There is an absolutely clear genocidal character of the war. We've seen it in Mariupol and many other cities and towns and villages. So we cannot just give up and live peacefully under the Russian occupation.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Alexander Hada, former advisor to the Minister of Defense in Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Now, turning our attention to the Middle East, and Israel has launched a new wave of airstrikes on southern Lebanon, straining a fragile US-brokered ceasefire agreed on between Israel and Hezbollah. Well, according to the Israeli military, it struck several sites linked to Hezbollah, including a special operations training compound, which is used by Hezbollah's elite forces. Well, let's get the latest on the situation. We can speak now to Ehab Matar, who is a Lebanese MP who joins us from Beirut. Mr. Matar, thank you very much indeed for joining us. So Israel saying it has struck these Hezbollah sites in southern Lebanon today. I mean, does it look to you like we're looking at an escalation here, or is this very much in line with what we've seen over these last 12 months or so?
Thank you for having me. Now, obviously, the fact that a civilian has been added to the negotiating team should de-escalate the situation. What we see is, in our view, in line with the process that's been happening since the cessation of hostility in November 2024. Now, ultimately, we believe that the negotiating committee, if it does end up progressing in a positive manner, should diffuse the situation, or at least should help in working towards a cessation of hostility altogether. So we don't believe that we are seeing an escalation to the already escalated situation in the region.
Okay, we're obviously approaching the end of the year, and there's an important deadline looming, which is the 31st of December, which was the deadline the Lebanese government was given to disarm Hezbollah. Do you think Lebanon's going to be able to meet that target?
Now, the dates we're looking at the moment is that before the 31st, we're looking at the 19th of December. This is the second meeting of the negotiating committee. And then we have hopes that with that meeting, we'll start to really see exactly whether we're going to be able to progress towards an agreement of some sort. At least, even an agreement to work towards a truce. Obviously, we're not talking about peace. We're not talking about normalization between us and Israel, but we're talking about a truce. Now, the deadline of 31st of December that was initially, placed by the army, we will have the report by the 5th of January. The general of the Lebanese army will give his report on the 5th of January to advise, which we hope will have the complete disarming of the region south of Litani. So if that's met and if the report is positive that South of Litani has been completely disarmed, that means we are actually in line with the stages that the Lebanese army has actually put in the plan. And then after that, obviously, we'll have to move to the second stage. Second stage is obviously talking about north of Litani, which is obviously a bit more difficult in our view, that south of Litani can pretty much be done, and we believe it's going to get done on time. But north of Litani, it's going to cause a lot more issues, because we believe at this stage that Hezbollah is refusing to concede that there's no way that they're going to keep any of the arms, whether it's south of Litani or north of Litani. So I guess what we'll have to see whether Hezbollah will be cooperating with the Lebanese army and with the Lebanese government for the disarming of north of Litani.
Okay, I want to ask you about what the Lebanese government is saying about these sorts of attacks, the kind of which we've seen in the south of Lebanon during the last 12 months. In public, they denounce these attacks and say it's an infringement on Lebanese sovereignty. But I'm wondering whether in private they sort of approve of these attacks, because essentially what Israel is doing is what they've been told to do, which is to try to somehow stamp out Hezbollah. Do you think that's the reality?
I believe, Tom, in private, the government and most representatives are actually saying the same thing they are saying in public. Obviously, we are denouncing these attacks because despite knowing that Hezbollah has not fully cooperated in terms of voluntarily surrendering their arms, but we don't believe that an attack, we don't believe that hostilities should be the way to go. We still believe that we should allow the Lebanese forces enough time to be able to defuse the situation, to be able to disarm south of Litani without having to threaten people's lives, and then without having to attack the the buildings and then the lands in the south of Litani. So technically, the government is not really happy about what's been done by Israel. And then obviously we always ask Israel to refrain from attacking Lebanese territories and Lebanese people, because we should allow for the Lebanese forces, for the Lebanese armed forces, the army, LAF, to do their job. And then the first checkpoint is the 31st of December. So we believe that Israel should wait until that date and then should see the progress of the disarming of the south of Litani before any further attacks can be launched.
I mean, Israel's obviously tried to destroy Hezbollah for many years. And last year, they had a number of intelligence coups. And of course, they managed to kill the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. How strong is Hezbollah looking at the moment? Do you think they've regrouped and somehow rebuilt some of their strength in these last 12 months?
Absolutely not. Now, Hezbollah is weaker than ever, especially after the attacks that they've conceded. But let me go back to the point where obviously the 1701 resolution states that both parties, Israel and Hezbollah, should refrain from attacking each other. And the cessation of fire agreement on the 27th of November 2024 mentions the same. So now we believe, obviously, with Israel attacking, that they're not really complying with the agreement, the cessation of hostility agreement. To go back to Hezbollah, obviously Hezbollah is weaker than ever. They've conceded that the attack on them was greater than they expected, was imminent. I mean, most people in Lebanon, in terms of politicians, have been warning Hezbollah that if they don't stop the supporting measures in Gaza, then we're going to get attacked. And we did, in fact, get attacked. So now Hezbollah, I don't believe Hezbollah has the ability to be able to rearm itself. I don't believe Hezbollah has the ability to be able to regroup. I think Hezbollah now is in a state where they know that they're losing confidence from the supporters. They know they've lost confidence from the people of Lebanon. So they're trying somehow to save face. And this is another opportunity for Hezbollah to be able to comply with all the decisions made by the government. because we believe that the Lebanese government, is the only and the sole body responsible for ensuring the safety and security of Lebanon and of the people of Lebanon.
Yeah, only a couple of weeks ago, it was on the 23rd of November, Israel carried out a strike on one of the Beirut suburbs and killed Haytham Ali Tabtabai. And he was, of course, a top military commander, wasn't he, within Hezbollah. What do you think the message is that Israel is trying to send to Hezbollah with these occasional surgical strikes that it carries out on the leadership and on Hezbollah infrastructure?
Well, the message is clear. The message is you are under constant surveillance and you are under constant attack if you don't voluntarily comply with the decisions by the Lebanese government. Now, obviously, the decision by the Lebanese government, this is the will of the Lebanese people, of the whole population of Lebanon, are behind the government at the moment, are behind the decisions that the government is taking, obviously with the exception of the supporters of Hezbollah, which in my opinion have become a minority, and their numbers are diminishing every day, as long as they see that Hezbollah, with its stubborn approach to refuse the resolutions and to refuse the compliance of the government, it's causing more damage and more issues to them. So the message is very clear that you are not protected. Hezbollah, its supporters, its leaders, its interest is not supported anymore. They are under attack. They are under surveillance. So unless they comply with the decisions by the government, there's going to always be a threat for them to get attacked and for the interest to get attacked. And obviously, our main concern here is that innocent lives could be lost if Hezbollah doesn't really comply with what the government is deciding. And again, the decision of the government is for the interest of the Lebanese people. And part of that will be the interest of supporters of Hezbollah, whether they like it or not. When the Lebanese government takes a decision to protect its people by default, supporters of Hezbollah who are in Lebanon will get this kind of protection. Obviously, our goal is to make sure that Hezbollah loses the trust of as many people as possible, because we believe that the direction that Hezbollah has been going and has been taking its people, it's been causing heartache not only to their followers and their supporters and their interests, but to the, obviously, population of Lebanon at large.
Okay, well, there was lots of other questions I wanted to ask you, but I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Ihab Matar, Lebanese MP. Thank you so much. Now, preparations are well underway in Oslo ahead of the Nobel Peace Prize ceremony, which is going to be held at City Hall tomorrow. Well, the winner of this year's prize is Maria Corina Machado. She was nominated for her fight against dictatorship in Venezuela. Well, Machado's mother and daughter have both been spotted in the Norwegian capital, but will Machado herself be in attendance? We can find out more now. I'm joined here in the studio by Catalina Marchand de Abreu, who's a presenter here on Al Arabiya English. Catalina, welcome to the program. You've interviewed Machado, and we're going to talk about that a bit more in just a moment. But first of all, the ceremony is going to be held tomorrow. Do we know if Machado herself will be there in Oslo to accept the award?
Well, Tom, there's been lots of speculation over whether Maria Corina Machado will be able to accept her award in person in tomorrow's prize ceremony taking place in Oslo. Sources within Machado's team confirmed to me just yesterday that she will be traveling to Norway to receive her Peace Prize, the first ever for Venezuela. And this is expected to be Machado's first public appearance in over 11 months. Now let's remind our viewers that this is a significant development, as she has been living in hiding in her country since August 2024. And the Venezuelan government has said that Machado will be considered a political fugitive if she leaves the country. Hence, given the sense of security of this entire situation, we can't really disclose any more details of how she will arrive or how she plans to return to her country once the ceremony concludes, a trip that nonetheless could mean exile for the opposition leader.
Okay, so you've been in touch with Machado's team. You've also been in touch with Machado herself because you interviewed her along with Patrick Weissman, who is the director of the French quarterly magazine Politique Internationale. You did an in-depth interview. That's being published in France today. Just talk us through some of the key points that you discussed with her.
Well, Tom, before diving into the facts, we actually discussed Machado's Freedom Manifesto, published on November 18th and written by her, outlining Machado's, let's say, commandments for what a future democratic Venezuela would look like, or will look like. So where she also highlights the most important human rule of law, which is freedom and dignity as the guiding principle. The opposition leader also discusses 12 different points, including the future of regenerating the country's economy, freedom of speech, freedom of the right to vote, the right to assemble, to safety, crimes against humanity, reinstalling education in the country, amongst others, as the final goal, she says, is to return to the international community of democracies and, of course, see whether Venezuela can move beyond dictatorship. If you or our viewers also wish, you can read the entire Freedom Manifesto written by Machado, posted on our website at alarabiya.net.
Okay, so tell us what would be the stages, the political stages of a democratic transition, such as the one that Machado has been calling for.
Well, Maria Corina Machado says that the first stages of this transition will be the fall of the current regime, Maduro, under a combined effect of internal and international pressure, a moment that the opposition hopes will be the result of negotiation. However, she says the regime has never respected any type of agreement, such agreement, so no hope for that for now. The next 100 days will be decisive, she says. The democratic forces of Venezuela need to reestablish the most basic public policies such as security, infrastructure, health, education, rapidly win international recognition for the new regime and put in place this international cooperation, a plan that the opposition has been actually planning for years. The plans and the teams are ready for this transition into democracy for Venezuela.
Okay, Catalina, that brings us to another question I wanted to ask you. Once in power, did you get a sense of what sort of things Machado might do? Did she give you any ideas about what her top priorities would be?
She did. Machado says that together with President-elect Edmundo González, their first orders will be to immediately free all political prisoners, to restore freedom of expression, association, and demonstration. At the same time, she says their priority in power will actually be the country's finances, hence to clean up public finances, restructure debt, and integrate Venezuela into the international financial system, which means open up the economy to foreign investment, transforming Venezuela into what is today a hub, she says, of organized crime, into the continent's energy and technological powerhouse.
Okay, and obviously Venezuela's been in the headlines quite a bit, hasn't it, in the last few days. And when it comes to the international community, what countries did Machado say would be sort of the privileged allies of this future democratic Venezuela?
That's right. Venezuela's main priority is actually a comeback to the international community after so many years of authoritarianism and isolation since Maduro took office in 2013, who she says has currently no more than 10% of the support of the Venezuelan population. In this regard, Machado mentions the support of countries of Latin America, the United States, Canada, the Caribbean, and the European Union. Machado also says that Israel will be a key partner in their transition to democracy, expecting also to maintain excellent relations with major Asian and Middle Eastern powers.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, in your interview with Machado, you got pretty personal in your discussion. Did she give you a sense of what sort of some of the hardships had been, particularly some painful moments she might have experienced in her political journey? And I also wonder how she reacted when she found out she was this year's Nobel Peace Prize winner.
Exactly, Tom. In this interview, we asked Machado which was the most difficult or painful moment for her, where she said where she almost gave up. Of course, she mentions when the Maduro regime illegally disqualified her from the 2024 presidential election, even though she had won 93% of the vote. Fast forward now, she is the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize winner, so her sacrifice didn't go unnoticed by the international community. Her initial reactions, she says, was of total surprise, and she says she still can't believe it. It's hard to believe. A prize with which she hopes to win greater support for the country's space in the democratic world that Venezuelans were once a part of.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for talking us through all of that. Catalina Marchand de Abreu from Arabiya's English service, thank you very much indeed to you. And just for our viewers, a press conference that was supposed to happen today with the Nobel Peace Prize laureate Maria Corina Machado has been postponed. It may take place later on. That's according to the Nobel Institute. The press conference traditionally held by the Nobel laureate on the eve of the ceremony is expected to be for the 58-year-old's first public appearance in 11 months. She appeared in public at a demonstration in Caracas on the 9th of January, protesting against the inauguration of President Nicolas Maduro for his third term. Do stay tuned. We'll bring you more on that story. Now, we're going to take a closer look at last week's visit to India by the Russian President Vladimir Putin. The two leaders, who share a long-standing personal and professional relationship, held their first meeting in India since the start of the war in Ukraine. Well, despite global tensions, including sanctions on Russia over Ukraine and Western pressure on India concerning Russian oil, both sides highlighted their ongoing cooperation, sending a clear signal that their strategic partnership remains strong. Well, let's take a look now at an interview I recorded earlier on in the week. Well, for more, we can speak now to Tawquir Hussain, who is a senior journalist who covers foreign affairs based out of New Delhi. Tawquir, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Al Arabiya English. Let's talk about that two-day visit to India by President Putin. Was it a success, and what came out of it?
Tom, thanks for having me on the show. I think the visit was quite a success for the India, because you understand that the compulsions that the world is facing right now, and India is one of those countries that has been quite affected by the tariffs, to be honestly on the front. But what happened with the Putin coming to India, it was a remarkable visit for the Indian diplomacy, and in a way that it showed the balanced nature of the India's outreach in the world. And what Putin brought to the Indian table was quite remarkable, and I think the visit concluded quite successfully, because India had an economic partnership for 2030. They managed that they assured that their trade, which is now the most important conflicting issue right now, that they are going to raise it to $100 billion. And there were a lot of exchanges. There were 16 MOUs that were signed to with the government, and 14 on the private partnerships. And there is that President Putin has offered India an uninterrupted supply of the fuel, which there was no such open such agreement on those fronts. But yes, he has given that hope to the India that he is open to giving all sort of the energy security that India is looking for. And in terms of the defense, that was bit of a disappointing point, because there were a lot of the understandings and a lot of the optimism that there will be a strong defense deal between the two leaders. But on the defense front, we didn't hear anything much on that, since maybe in the power corridors, it could be that defense is one of the important issue that could not go well with the United States as of now. Maybe that has been shadowed in this front. But economically, yes, it was a good and a successful visit, because they had a mobility agreement where skilled and non-skilled workers from the India can go to the United States. You know that, but there is one of the issues that is about that they will not be enrolled for the defense. India is already having some of the issues with it, because some of the Indian people who went to Russia, they were enrolled for the military, and some of them are missing. And I think if the reports are true, and MEA has once stated that one of them has been killed on the Ukrainian front. So they are quite obvious in those fronts that their people should not be sent to the Ukrainian front. But overall, the visit has been quite a successful. It looks confident, it looked bold, and it looked like a statement that the two leaders sent to the world that the Russia-India partnership is always strong, it is strategic, it's important, and for both the countries, it's very, very good.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask you, because, I mean, we often speak on this channel to the Indian MP, Shashi Tharoor, and he wrote an opinion piece for NDTV in which he said the India-Russia relationship is strategic, not simply transactional. It sounds like you'd agree with that assessment.
Absolutely, it is strategic because it is not the relationship that developed just within months. It's an old age. We say in India that it's an old age relationship, and it is a relationship that's based on the mutual respect, on the trust. Because there was at one point of time when India's entire defense arsenal, particularly, was exactly Russian. 60% of our defense requirements were Russian. Though India is trying to be the indigenous now, technology is going, but Russia is also coming forefront in that matter as well, because Russia is offering the transfer of technology to India. See, that gives us an essence of the strategically important those two countries are. Russia giving its latest and advanced technology to India is quite something remarkable, which the West has been often ignored. West has been ready to give the weapons to India, but not the technology. And Russia is open in that front because Russia understands India as its core strategic partner. For example, we saw during when the crisis happened in India in the last May, we saw during the Pakistan and the India conflict that Russian S-400, one of the powerful defense systems that India acquired, despite that there has been delays in its deliveries because of the Ukraine war, and now we see that was the front weapon for the India to thwart any of the Pakistani aggression. So that's strategically important. We say that the defense was there. There's an important in the agriculture sector, fertilizer imports. That's quite a bit remarkable. You understand that India's economy is mostly agricultural. And we have the huge, vast rural economy that supports the India's GDP. So all of this supporting each other in every front, in every domain, I think that is quite strategic in its effect.
Yeah, one of the other things that Dr. Tharoor said in his opinion piece is he said India's engagement with Russia is, quote, not without risks. And I'm wondering whether you think one of the risks is the risk of upsetting the Americans. Do you think New Delhi has come under pressure from Washington to perhaps put a bit of distance between itself and the Russians?
See, one understanding is that, yes, obvious, we have suffered because of Russia. There is no doubt in that, because we are having, I think, one of the world's largest tariff from the United States because of our association with Russia. But on the other front, we have to understand this thing in a quite bigger format. Russia-India relationship is not only because of the United States. We have another own ideas, our own threats that we need to take care of, like being the China. Russia-India-China relationship. You understand India-China relationship is blinking towards normalcy, but it is not normal. And Russia is the one factor who is close to China, and often we can use that diplomacy, how it works. But coming back to the United States, Trump, what he did to the India being a close partner, you understand the first term of the Trump when he called Modi his friend, even in the second term, but then India became one of the country which faced the highest tariff from that friend. But what it means, the India often says that having any relationship with Russia is not itself a counter to any other relationships that India has with the other countries. Every relationship has its merits and demerits. And with Russia, we have been, I think the relationship has been more on the merits, more on the requirements. Even if we take like India, like India has been accused of that we are taking we are giving money to Russia because we are taking their oil, and that money is using to kill Ukrainians. I think that idea of inflicting those ideas into the situation is quite different, because we have 1.4 billion population, and energy security is one of the prime concerns for the India. If anybody gets a cheap oil, and India is getting that cheap oil. So what is wrong in that buying that cheap oil? And in fact, that cheap oil is being processed by Indian, and it goes again to the West. I think that is the West's hypocrisy to saying that we are close to Russia, and then we should impose a tariff in that. I think the two relationships, India, Russia, and India, United States, are on its own merit, away from each other. It does not have much association. US is equally an important partner for the India, same as Russia is equally Indian partner. The two relationships should be seen in different angle, not through the one prism.
Okay, and just lastly, Tokuya, I mean, you've talked about oil, and obviously that's a really important part of the trading relationship between India and Russia. We've got oil going one way. I think 36% of India's total crude imports last year came from Russia. What's heading the other way? What's India sending to Russia?
As of now, that is one of the point that the two leaders discussed in this annual summit. You know, there is a trade gap, that the trade deficit is widening because India is buying a lot of Russian oil, and on this other side, we mostly used to give the service sector to the Russia, but because of the conflict, that service sector is not doing well, and there are other issues. So there is a trade gap is widening. So what India is now, what they are promoting as of now is that, you know, in this segment we had the agreements on the fertilizers, we had the agreements in terms of the mobility and the labor migration, which is much required in Russia. That was a prime concern and the prime agenda for this annual summit. I think there will be a skilled migration. You know, India has a huge pool of the skilled workers. They will be migrated and they will be sent to their jobs for Russia. I think that was a prime aspect of this relationship, and one of the major agreements that took place between the two countries. I think that is one of the things that India is going to send to the Russia. And besides that, having the service sector, there are a lot of other things. Pharmaceuticals, like the Indian company is going to build its bases in the India. India is already a pharma capital of the world. So our companies will be going to produce medicines in Russia. That is one of the agreements that has happened. So I think in that sense, we are somehow trying to balance that trade deficit so that the relationship, that's why there is a target of the $100 billion trade by 2030. I think that is how India is going to minimize that trade balance and keep this relationship floating.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. We've run out of time. Tokuya Hussain, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much for having me.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews for you then. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
and doing something truly original. How excited were you that this is kind of something we haven't really seen before, even in the Predator universe?
It was everything. The whole idea was, is there a movie that hasn't been made yet? And this is a story that has never been told. This is a kind of movie that didn't exist. And so that's what was the driving force behind everyone making the movie.
So this is your first hunt. And you've come to the most dangerous planet in the universe.
How much were the visual effects helpful in the narrative of this story in particular?
Essential. As much as there's a tradition in the franchise for it to be a man in suit and a fully prosthetic job, we had a test in the beginning to see what changes we could make to make the Predator's face far more expressive than it ever had been before. And it just couldn't quite accomplish what we needed it to. So instead, we could not abandon the practicality, the tactile nature of the franchise. So we still had Demetrius, our actor who plays Dek, wearing a full body suit, covering his entire being other than the cowl was open. So we just his face, and that was then taken over digitally, and our incredible VFX artists allowed Demetrius to drive the performance and found a way for the mandibles to express what Demetrius's mouth and cheeks and all that were expressing. So VFX was a critical part of pulling off the character of Dek. Not only that, but also the planet itself. So much we shot on location, but need to bring an otherworldly quality to it. So we tried to just add to the edges and the backgrounds of frames to extend them out and make it feel like you're on another planet, despite shooting so much of it on location.
You're after a creature that can't be killed. The definitive apex predator. I could help you. Well, good luck with your journey.
It's a great testament to Demetrius's acting abilities that he's got like this whole bodysuit, but he's expressive nonetheless. So how fortunate were you to find someone like him who seems to have, mime type of acting abilities?
I have to say, when we cast him, he was the best at what we had seen, and I thought right for the part. But when he was on set, I was blown away. He was so intense and so powerful. I remember turning to my producer like, can you believe what we have here? This is amazing. On top of being so physically gifted and being able to navigate all the crazy action sequences, as well as the language. The language is impossible for me to even speak. My mouth does not permit me to make those sounds. And Demetrius was so gifted at performing that language and also being able to get it change on the fly. We were giving him new lines in the mornings, and he would learn them both in English and in Yautja. He's a real gift to this movie.
Here, you're not the predator. You're the prey.
Obviously, so is Elle Fanning's multiple abilities and facets as an actress. Was she excited? I haven't interviewed her yet, but I assume she was excited herself to do something completely out of her box.
One of the things that I love about having Elle in the movie is that it means that we are cool. Like, she makes really cool choices. She hasn't done a movie like this because I would imagine in her mind, like, if I'm going to make a movie, a genre movie like this, it's got to have something in it that's special. And I think her agreeing to do the movie sort of assigns us as being cool and special. And her parts she's playing is incredibly unique. And she's so gifted as an actress. I knew that she was so talented, but what I did not expect and know we even needed was her physical abilities, not just in action scenes, but even just the nature of playing a synthetic that's been severed in half, and how she has to manipulate her body to pull off the magic trick for the audience. There was a number of things that were not left to special effects or visual effects, that Elle really took upon herself to create the magic for us. And yeah, I really lucked out with both of them.
Absolutely. Was it to build this story with the visual effects as an integrated part, but also to make the characters so relatable to the audience?
There is a lot of visual effects, of course. You know, there's a lot of monsters that were created and designed that we did have to imagine. But we got to film in New Zealand, which is, I'd never been there before. It's the most incredible place. Beautiful, beautiful locations. I absolutely loved it. And so the landscapes that you see in the film
are real.
Those are real. We were not in the studio much of the time. And also just the history of the Predator, of being, you know, an actor in the suit, and you know, the braids were real. They were whipping me in the face. We were actually hooked up together, flying through the air. And so I really enjoyed like the tangible, real aspects of everything on set. But of course, you know, Dan created this wild world that far exceeded, you know, anything that you can imagine on the page. She's quite brilliant with that.
Welcome to the most dangerous planet in the universe, where everything is trying to kill you.
I need a hand.
For you, Demetrius, I mean, you had this heavy costume, but you still kind of, you know, were able to resonate with your performance, a little bit like miming. So how challenging and exciting was it for you at the same time to literally bring it to life?
Very challenging, if I'm being honest. It was, yeah, quite a heavy suit, and it gets quite hot in the suit, and there's kind of a lot that can pull you out of the scene and kind of distract you. But I think that was what, drew me to, you know, the character. And I got excited about the challenge. You know, I wanted to test myself and see, because I've never actually done suit performing. I've never played something that's not human. So being able to embody this character came with a lot of difficulties, but it made me, I feel, a better actor. It really helped my confidence to know that, you know, all these things can kind of distract you, but as long as you're staying present and as long as you're, you know, true to your character, you can't really go wrong. There was a lot of prep that was involved beforehand, just training my body to, you know, withstand being in the suit for that long. And I had an amazing team behind me, so it was
his emotions, they come through so much, you know, and we've never seen a Predator like that before, of being so expressive. And I mean, I don't think people understand how like hard that is to do. I've never had to do that, but to capture something, but you know that it's going to be slightly covered, but it's still your eyes, and to still feel something. Yeah, and that's like a real testament to Demetrius.
I agree. I fully agree.
You're here to prove yourself. Hunting something that can't be killed.
For you, Elle, how much excitement did you have, you know, exploring the multifacets of the Tia and Tessa situation?
It was so exciting. I've never played dual roles together. I've never acted against myself, so that was a challenge. But Dan, our director, you know, he helped to make sure that I was on track to really differentiate the two synths, because also at the same time, I'm not a human either, so there are these kind of robotic elements, but
body language.
Yeah, of course, and you want to make her accessible to audiences, so they do have kind of the scents in our film are a little bit, they're more the most advanced scents you've seen from previous Alien films. So they get to have a little bit more human-like emotions. But I'm a combo of probably Tessa and Thea, but Tessa's a bit hardcore. So it was fun playing a baddie.
Yes, and then Thea is so cute and cuddly.
Yes, yeah, had to have the opposites.
Yaslan so ince. Det jet yolunay çiş.
You know, I've been thinking about the show. For the next 30 days, everyone in the country is trying to murder me.
Lee, how are you?
I'm very good. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you so much. We can't reveal too much about your character, but there's a fascination to him, isn't there?
He's a very mysterious character. It's one of the things I loved about what Edgar had originally pitched to me about what he wanted to make with the character. He this great conversation with him where he described the movie he wanted to make and what he wanted to do with McCone before I'd even read the script. And one of the things that interested him about McCone, and I really liked, is that he's a mysterious, he's like a ghost. He's like a phantom chasing Ben Richards on this, odyssey that he's on. And I found that mystery really interesting. The Mask does a lot for that, but it also sets the character up to, be very stressed when things don't go as planned.
He loses this kind of mask virtually and in real life in that sense. How did you want to work on his body language and the way he moves and even the way he dresses, and how did it all set the tone for you?
Well, we worked a lot on the costume. The mask, that took a lot of development to, find a mask that looked cool, the leather coat. I had this costume fitting where we put the clothes in front of the camera, and I was like, yeah, it looks cool. I feel like something's missing. I think I need a gun. And they brought over this, great big machine gun, and the whole thing kind of came together and made sense. Because he's a deadly, deadly person, but he's also, one of the stars of The Running Man.
Yeah, he has his backstory, basically.
He has a backstory, but he also, it's like, people are tuning in to watch him hunt these people down and kill them.
I got a grenade!
Back at you.
Technically, at some point, the lines get blurry between what is television and entertainment and what is actually reality. I think the character expresses that well.
Yeah, I think the movie in such an interesting way, is following Ben Richards through reality. The fantasy of like righteous violence that is shown on the Running Man show doesn't match up with the reality that Ben Richards is experiencing. And that balance of those two kind of dimensions, I think, is one of the really interesting qualities of Running Man.
Oh, absolutely. Well, my time is up, but it's lovely chatting with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lovely chatting with you as well.
Welcome to The Running Man.
The rules are simple. Survive 30 days. The entire nation hunting you down. And get your family out of Slumside for good.
I'm gonna come back here and burn this building down. I promise.
That's the spirit.
Josh, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good to talk to you again. It's such a fun character to play, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure he's inspired from several TV bosses you may have encountered.
More than TV bosses, billionaires that, I've been very fortunate to, when I was doing Wall Street 2, Oliver, introduced me to a lot of billionaires. And it's interesting, man. This guy is so calm and he's so confident in his ability to find people's weaknesses and exploit them. And I think that that's different than something that I've played in the past. And it was a fun, and he's so kind of cosmetically obsessed. The perfect teeth and the hair and the suit and the skin and the eyeliner and all that stuff.
And the Joker smile all the time.
Exactly.
Hunt him down!
Survive, and you will walk away with $1 billion new dollars.
I always thought this was fake.
Let's talk about Stephen King and his ability to kind of, project himself in the future, even in a novel that was written a while ago. So how timely did you always feel that this novel was? Did you read it before or did you read it for the film?
No, I read the novel for the film, but I had seen the first version of the movie. No, it was not based on the source material. But I know that Stephen's seen the film. I know that Stephen really liked the film, and I'm happy for him. I'm happy that he responded to these characters in the way that he did, that I've heard Edgar talk about. To me specifically, it's really nice because I'm a big fan of Stephen King. I grew up on Stephen King movies, watching Christine or watching The Shining or watching, whatever. And I like the Arnold Schwarzenegger version a lot. It's really fun. It's a fun movie. But I think that this is also, it's like, when in 1982, if you're writing about 2025 and then you do the movie based on the source material in 2025 and to see what projections are correct and see where we've gone technologically, it's interesting to me.
Don't you get it? This game is rigged.
I got a grenade!
Back at you.
This set must have been interesting to be on. Do you still get excited about these things? Obviously you've been on your fair share of big blockbuster films. But when you step foot on a set and the props are exciting and the things around you are, do you still get enthusiasm?
I do. There's been a couple of times in 41 years where I got a little jaded. And if I get jaded, I leave for a while, which I'm sure everybody gets very happy about. There's a bye, Jai, and I go do and I fill up with life and I fill up whatever empty tank that I have. And then I come back, because when I go back to like watching behind the scenes and all that, I get super excited about being in the movie industry. And when you're working all the time, you're just working and you're worrying and you're making sure that you know the lines and you're creating an interesting character and you're being loyal to the storyline and all that. And, if you do too many of those, you just get, it's just all tink, and you have to give yourself some space. And then the awe comes back, the wonderment comes back.
Go!
If you could survive against those goons, so can they.
I'm just trying to get back to my family.
They're here.
Because this story was written in the 80s and it's very timely today, what, in your opinion, with all your experience and expertise, makes a story enduring for the audience and interesting to them decades later?
I think you have to be able to invest in the main character. I think you have to be able to invest in all the characters, and there's some kind of mirror toward the foibles of what we experience as human beings. I think if you don't care, it's impossible to really watch a movie. It's like some cosmetic thing that you go, that's pretty, or that's the cinematography is really pretty and all that. But ultimately you have to care about what's going on. And, to me, I can watch these movies even if I'm in them and go, do I like the movie or not? I've done movies that I've watched and I go, nope, didn't work.
Not my type.
not my thing, and I'm happy we did it, and I think it's good, and I think a demographic of people will like it. But I do think this is presented as an action film, and there's a lot going on in it. But I also think that you can emotionally invest yourself into these characters.
I'll be honest with you. I can't just let you win this game.
Welcome to The Running Man.
Congratulations on a very fast-paced film. How exciting is it for you that, no one catches a breath here?
I mean, I feel like making the movie, I felt like I was on the show as well. Like, it's fair to say, and pun definitely intended, but it was a real marathon to make as well. And so it was a very experiential film. Like, a lot of the movie is having a vicarious experience with Ben Richards for the audience, but I felt like that as the filmmaker as well.
I've been thinking about the show. For the next 30 days, everyone in the country is trying to murder me.
How exciting was it to build that world? I mean, technically every single prop must have been thought of.
Oh yeah, that was super fun. I mean, that's some of the early stages. I mean, some of the very first things that you do, with the smallest team right at the very start is start looking at locations and start kind of like, the concept art of what the cars are going to look like and what the running is going to look like. And, I worked with my longtime production designer, Marcus Rowland, but also my brother, Oscar Wright, was, concept artist on it. So he designed the mailboxes and stuff. So all of that stuff is really fun. And then when you actually see the props, I think we all love the running cam. Like the sort of clamshell camera, because it's so old school, but it's just fun to play with. And every time people will be on set, they pick up the camera, they'd be like, I love it.
People on these games never come back.
We have no choice. We need money for a doctor now.
Welcome to The Running Man. Contestants will be hunted for 30 days. Anyone can kill you.
At what point did you and Glenn, meet and you thought that, he's the guy, this is someone who's on camera every single shot of the film. So how important was it that he had the essence of the part?
The Ben Richards that's in the Stephen King book is an everyman. And that was the important thing is that, obviously it's an action film, but he's not an action hero at the start of the film. He's an out-of-work dad. He's not like a trained killer. He's not a superhero. And so I think what was great about Glenn is he has a sort of relatability in terms of that he feels like, somebody that And not that he's not, like he's worked sort of dangerous jobs, so he has a thick hide. But again, he's kind of flying into this game pretty blind and, doesn't necessarily have a strategy a lot of the time. And that was really important to us. And I've been a fan of Glenn for a number of years, and particularly when he brought out Hitman. That was just before we were talking about casting on this, and his name came up, and myself and my co-writer Michael McCall both said, oh, Glenn is the perfect person for this movie.
Hunt him down!
Survive, and you will walk away with $1 billion.
I always thought this was fake.
Oh, shit!
Feeling pretty real now.
Did you read the novel prior? I mean, how important was the novel to making, the film what it is?
I had read the novel when I was 14 years old. I started reading Stephen King books when I was about 12 or 13, and I had read that novel before I saw the 1987 version. So when I saw the Arnold Schwarzenegger version, which is very, very loosely based on the book. As a teenager, I was kind of surprised. I was like, oh, this is so different from the book. So I think it had stayed in my head for literally decades of that The Running Man was a Stephen King book that hadn't really been adapted. So it's actually, the book is the reason I wanted to do the movie, but from, nearly 40 years ago.
Well, now it's done. Congratulations.
Don't you get it? This game is rigged. Guess we'll find out.
I'm still here.
Ben Richards, 35, married, one child, in medical crisis.
Glenn, how are you?
Hey, Raya, how you doing?
I'm very well. Nice talking to you again. Congrats on the movie. Obviously, Ben Richards was in a movie before, but this is very close to the novel. So how special was it all because of Edward's also, attachment to the novel as well?
I mean, Stephen King is obviously one of the greatest writers of all time. He's prolific. This book, The Running Man, I think he wrote it in the mid-'70s, released it in '82, set it in 2025. And when you read this book, it is unbelievable. It's eerie how timely,
exactly.
this world that he created is. And I think it's really what makes, Edgar Wright's vision different, and wonderful. Is like, this is obviously like, a big cinematic, relentless action movie, but it also is a world that hasn't been put on screen. It's a really familiar world, and allows you, in addition to like just getting to experience this wild ride, it also leaves you, thinking, in a really fun way. So it's a very unique movie in that way, one that I'm really proud of.
The network owns The Running Man, and they have more sway and influence than the government itself.
Ben signs up for the show, and if he doesn't win, he's going to be executed in front of the entire world.
Welcome to The Running Man.
How easy or difficult is it to make a character relatable and loved by the audience when him as a character is not trying to be liked or to
trying to be, at the end of the day, I always kind of break these things down. I think one of the reasons that this story really is one of the great stories is like we can all identify with Ben Richards in the fact that he's just a guy who's trying to provide for his family. We can all understand that. He's a guy that leaves the house trying to get some medicine for his daughter and goes on this wild ride where he signs up for a game show with a 0% survival rate. Everyone who's ever been on this game show has died, and he signs up for this thing in order to provide for his family. And I feel like no matter what someone's personality is like, you can understand the lengths that people would go to show up for their family. So I think that's a really great heartbeat of the movie, but that makes kind of Ben someone we can kind of understand, no matter if he's a little prickly.
Ben Richards is a father whose daughter's extremely sick, and he will do whatever it takes to save his family. Network building, tryouts.
How difficult was it physically? It's literally the running man. He's running like every single frame of the film. How much do you have to prepare for these kinds of things? Basically, he never catches a breath.
Yeah, I was joking with some of my buddies about this, where I was like, I don't know when the last time you did an all-out sprint for your life, but it's like as a grown man, you just don't do it very often. It's like it's sprinting is a very taxing, crazy thing to do, and especially in this movie, which it's like, in addition to sprinting, you're also not sprinting in a straight line. You're sprinting away from explosions and gunfire, and you're running and jumping off of things and rolling. So it's like it was a very physically demanding role, and to make it through that entire shoot was tough. I definitely went through it on this one. It's a physically taxing role, but it's been great. It's one of those things that I've dreamed of doing my entire life. I remember building my own special effects and props and guns, and we shoot like James Bond movies with my buddies, and it's like this is what it feels like every day on set. You get to play pretend. It's just a little more explosive.
I think the best thing about making The Running Man is just getting to be an action hero.
They're here.
We're really breaking out the heavy artillery, the big explosions. Hopefully I'll make the stunts look cool. This is gonna be fun.
I was gonna ask about those sets. I love those postal boxes that fly out. I want one of them in my house.
Yeah, those are cool, right?
Who was it, this set? Everything, the props, everything that was imagined for the world.
Well, we have a great team, on this film. The best part is everybody wants to work for Edgar Wright. He is one of the greatest filmmakers, we have. And so in terms of department heads, in terms of creating, I even believe his brother Oscar may have been part of that design of that mailbox.
Yes. Yeah.
But the crazy part is, in terms of production design, in terms of props, all these things, it's like this world is not the world that we occupy. We are occupying a world of 2025. It should still feel familiar. It should feel like our world, but it's just a few degrees off. And it makes things like that really fun, because that's what sci-fi should be, is you don't have to feel like you're in this world. You get to sort of be a little bit of a distance, and allows you almost to see our existence even more clearly. That's what great sci-fi can do.
True. Well, thank you so much. Congrats on the film. I enjoyed watching.
Thank you so much. Good to see you.
It looks unbelievable. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be wild.
The action is nonstop.
Bam, 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 bam.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The lethal weapons that have spread into people's hands had begun to ravage the country and tear it apart. And they are killing the innocent, tarnishing the reputation of the country and its people.
We've lost that margin. Libya is maligned. To all involved, find Musa al-Sadra and how he disappeared.
I sought to serve the poor Christians in Tyre just as I worked to serve the Muslim poor, far from sectarian.
The Imam's cause does not weaken with time. It is like a snowball rolling from a great height.
It is not our business to clash in sectarian conflict with anyone. We are not the Lebanese people's adversary, and we will never be the citizens' adversary. We are the victims of the conflict between traditional politicians and party politicians, and we are paying the price.
In 1959, an old plane from Tehran landed at Beirut International Airport. Among its passengers, Musa al-Sadr. The young cleric, born in the Iranian city of Qom in 1928, where he studied jurisprudence and philosophy before continuing his higher studies in Najaf. Before earning a degree in law from the University of Tehran. Imam Musa al-Sadr, who descends from a family from Jabal Amel in South Lebanon, came to Lebanon at the Shiite community's invitation to assume its leadership. after the death of Imam Abdul Hussein, Sharafuddin in the city of Tyre. From the moment he arrived, he stepped beyond the traditional religious framework and engaged in field and social work, laying out a plan to uplift marginalized areas and integrate them into national and political life, especially in the south and the Bekaa, starting from his belief that his project is inseparable from the Arab framework. Based on solidarity among the region's states and peoples, and confronting everything that threatens the unity of the Arab world.
Imam Musa al-Sadr holds both Lebanese and Iranian nationalities, but he is of Lebanese origin from the village of Shawr in South Lebanon, Tyre district. Imam Musa al-Sadr became president of the Higher Islamic Shiite Council in Lebanon, an official institution, yet he called for the abolition of political sectarianism, and he advocated lifting deprivation from all people of all sectors.
At the same time, Imam Musa al-Sadr was free of many slogans and many policies that were being imposed on Lebanon at the time, to the point that he opposed armed Palestinian resistance operating from South Lebanon. He was not against American efforts, and he considered that dragging Lebanon into these battles was beyond the country's capacity. Lebanon's interest is to be in a defensive position, not an offensive one.
As security tensions rose in the south, Imam Musa al-Sadr warned against turning Lebanon into a regional battlefield, contested by rival axes, and paying for it with Lebanese blood. He saw salvation in supporting the Lebanese army and enabling it to extend its authority over all Lebanese territory.
He called on the Lebanese army to protect the south. Today, some Lebanese are very pleased that the army has gone to the south. And this was Imam Musa al-Sadr's demand since 1975. He insisted that the Lebanese army be at the border to protect the land in the south and safeguard Lebanese sovereignty.
Today, the Shiites need the logic of Imam Musa al-Sadr, who was a pioneer in anchoring the principle of the state among Lebanese Shiites. After they had, for a time, drifted away from Greater Lebanon, he brought them back together with Imam Shamsuddin into the fold of the Lebanese state. This is what we need today. And when he also founded the Shiite Council in Lebanon, he was the first to declare that Lebanon is a final homeland with an Arab identity, meaning even before the Taif Agreement. Imagine in 1989 in the Taif Agreement that Lebanon would, in its first two articles, affirm in the Lebanese constitution that Lebanon is an Arab identity homeland. This is what Imam al-Sadr, with Imam Muhammad Mahdi Shamsuddin, wove into a paper of political and social reform that was adopted at the Higher Shiite Council on May 11, 1977.
He had a famous saying, "I am against the unjust ruler, even if he is a Shiite, and with the just ruler, even if he is Maronite or Christian."
For Imam Musa, sectarianism was the real affliction of the political system, one that brings with it a lack of trust among Lebanese. Therefore, he focused in his discourse on the relationship among three levels: the homeland, the citizen, and the state.
He was on guard and wanted to confront this project, the arming of the Shiites in Lebanon in confrontation, and he sought to preserve the link between Lebanese, Shiites, and the Arab community.
At the start of the 1970s, the Lebanese scene began changing gradually due to political and sectarian tensions, along with the strain from armed Palestinians, pushed the Lebanese militias to prepare for internal confrontation. They began organizing their ranks and arming themselves, heralding the country's slide toward civil war. So Musa al-Sadr worked to open channels of communication with various political forces and Lebanese sects. In his speeches, he stressed that social justice and national unity are the real gateway to Lebanon's stability and the strength of its position in the Arab world.
What was Musa al-Sadr doing at that time? He, together with Imam Shamsuddin, staged sit-ins in mosques and churches along the front lines in Ain al-Ramani and in Antilles to say, stop this war. Consequently, Sayyid Musa, like Kamal Jumblat, became an obstacle to the forces that had their hands on the country.
In protest against this civil war, Imam Musa al-Sadr staged a sit-in, and many Lebanese joined him. He tried to launch a role for intellectuals and elites through the body he formed, with roughly more than 120 intellectuals from all sectors.
And even in the midst of the Lebanese civil war, when he entered the town of Deir al-Amar, he said, "Every bullet fired at Deir al-Amar is a bullet fired at my turban, my pulpit, and my family." Thus, he was a true unifier of coexistence as a principle.
Despite the ferocity of the civil war and its pressures, Imam Musa al-Sadr managed to protect his community and keep it from being drawn into the furnace of battle, charting a path based on the idea that dignity is preserved by the unity of the country, not by plunging into its internal conflicts.
Here the national movement, meaning the leftist parties at the time, convinced Colonel Gaddafi to summon Imam Musa al-Sadr and support him in exchange for his entering the war. Indeed, Imam Musa al-Sadr went to Libya, and something like an agreement took place between him and Gaddafi. This agreement remained a mystery, an opaque deal. In short, what was understood by Imam Musa al-Sadr was that Gaddafi wanted to support the Shiite situation as a whole. What Gaddafi meant was that this support was in exchange for Imam Musa al-Sadr and the Shiites in Lebanon taking part in the war. And here began the so-called misunderstanding, or the beginning of the rift. Each side viewed the understanding through its own lens, to the point that the national movement, which was unable to win this war, and which failed on almost every front, they went to complain to Muammar al-Gaddafi, saying so as to justify their reason for failure, that its lack of victory was due to the Shiites not joining this battle, and Imam Musa al-Sadr, in particular, not joining, and that Gaddafi should summon Imam Musa al-Sadr and hold him to account for this.
On the fateful day of August 25th, 1978, while Lebanon's summer boiled atop a volcano, Imam Musa al-Sadr left Lebanon with Sheikh Mohammed Yaqub and journalist Abbas Badr al-Din heading to Libya in response to an invitation from Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. It was a public trip to Tripoli, west, but without anyone knowing, it turned into a one-way journey. The fate of Imam Musa al-Sadr and his two companions became an open riddle in which testimonies intersect and diverge. Narratives multiplied about the last trip to Libya.
What I learned is, first, that Gaddafi was not about to invite Imam al-Sadr to the Al-Fateh celebrations in September 1978, and Hafez al-Assad intervened. With Algeria's President Houari Boumediene, a friend of Muammar Gaddafi, and asked him to invite Imam al-Sadr to the celebrations and to arrange the relationship with him.
I will reveal to you something for the first time. There are two figures whom I know, and I'm certain, warned my father, Sheikh Mohammed Yaqub, not to go to Libya, though I don't know whether Imam al-Sadr was also included in that warning. The first figure is Rifat al-Assad. Rifat al-Assad loved my father greatly and told him and advised him not to go. The second figure who advised him was the late former president, Camille Chamoun. I don't know the background of these warnings, but it turned out they were correct.
Despite the warnings, Imam Musa al-Sadr chose to proceed with his trip after receiving personal assurances from former Algerian President Houari Boumediene, who encouraged him to go to Libya and meet Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, in the hope that dialogue would open a door to resolving the disputes.
There was a kind of reassurance in the positive sense, not in the sense of deceit and treachery, from the president of Algeria, Houari Boumediene. He asked the Imam to make this visit, and believed that with this visit, all the differences in viewpoints and opinions between Imam al-Sadr and the Libyan leaders would disappear.
There was a studied, planned conspiracy, calibrated to the circumstances I mentioned, especially since Muammar Gaddafi had some time earlier sent his prime minister, Abdel Salam Jalaud, to Lebanon, where he met most of the leadership, national or Islamic at the time, under a certain banner, and most of them differed with Imam Musa al-Sadr in their approach to the Palestinian issue and to the Lebanese reality.
Imam Musa al-Sadr's trip to Libya came to coincide with the Al-Fateh anniversary, which led many to believe that his visit was tied to the festive atmosphere that Tripoli, West, witnessed. However, the official committee following up on the Musa al-Sadr case affirms that the direct aim of the visit was to hold a meeting with Colonel Muammar Gaddafi.
He went to Libya at Muammar Gaddafi's invitation to meet Muammar Gaddafi, not to attend the Al-Fateh of September celebrations, nor for anything else. To meet Muammar with the aim of addressing the issue of the civil war in Lebanon, which was raging at the time, and to solve the problem of South Lebanon and the scorched earth policy. A meeting took place with Muammar Gaddafi on August 31st, 1972, in Bab al-Aziziyah, with the Imam's two companions, the travel companions His Eminence Sheikh Mohammed Yaqub and journalist Abbas Badr al-Din. The meeting was stormy, and Gaddafi ordered his aides to detain them.
The days preceding Imam Musa al-Sadr's trip were laden with shifts. In the streets of Tehran, the features of the revolution were emerging, and as the Israeli incursion neared its end, Lebanon groaned under its wounds and was ablaze with merciless internecine fighting. These interlocking storms made Imam Musa al-Sadr's meeting with Gaddafi a pivotal encounter, whose implications went beyond mere political courtesies.
And as he recounted to Mohsen Dallo, whose memoirs I wrote, and which will be published before long, he says that Riyad Taha and Abu al-Mutasim in talks with Libyan, that in the session where Muammar Gaddafi met Imam Musa al-Sadr and his two companions, there was discussion of supporting the communist Iranian opposition. And there was a representative of that opposition in Libya, and groups of the Iranian opposition were present in Libya. Imam al-Sadr was asked to cooperate with them. Imam al-Sadr refused. According to Riyad Taha, and according to Abu al-Mutasim bin Hussein Dalu, Imam al-Sadr said these people are suspect, therefore I will not deal with them. Despite Gaddafi's insistence, Imam al-Sadr refused to comply. Then another discussion was opened about the Green Book, and that discussion was the reason. A problem in a previous meeting between Imam al-Sadr and Gaddafi also developed into disagreement over the idea of the Green Book, and Imam al-Sadr's view of this was negative.
When Gaddafi would ask Imam Musa al-Sadr where this support was going, while Imam Musa al-Sadr showed him a list of all the social, health, and medical achievements, hospitals, schools, and so on. This led Gaddafi to say to him, "My support for you is not for that purpose. My support is for you to enter the war." Then, according to my information, Imam Musa al-Sadr replied to him, "I am Lebanese, and above all my patriotism compels me not to enter this war. Indeed, the Palestinians are committing aggression against us in South Lebanon, and if I am too enter this war, I will enter it only against the Palestinians, not with them. And I consider that the Palestinians are trying to destroy Lebanon's sovereignty, its security, and its stability.
The testimony of former Lebanese President Amin Gemayel, who lived through that period, revealed a different scenario as he considered that former Syrian President Hafez al-Assad was the one behind the operation to make Imam Musa al-Sadr disappear.
Hafez al-Assad was, fundamentally, a pilot, and air intelligence had taken charge of all aviation in Libya, meaning the airport Sousse, and the influence of the Amal movement in Lebanon grew at the expense of Syrian interests and Syria's goals in Lebanon. Musa al-Sadr began to be a source of annoyance. On the surface, relations were good with everyone, but in reality, Syria was irritated by the Amal movement. As for arranging the disappearance of Musa al-Sadr in Libya, Syrian intelligence at that time had complete control over the airport. In Libya, Gaddafi was confronted with a fait accompli on this matter, and it's possible he had no knowledge of the operation until after it happened. And this, he argues, confirms that the operation was Syrian, not Libyan.
In late August 1978, a delegation of Arab journalists was in Tripoli, West, to meet Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. Among the delegation was the Lebanese journalist and former MP Mohammed Kobani, who by chance met Imam al-Sadr in the corridors of the Al-Shati Hotel. He later became the last Lebanese to see him alive. In his testimony, he recounts that the Imam appeared calm and told him he would leave for Italy the next day.
His Eminence, the Imam, was there. We saw him in the courtyard, right opposite the Al-Shati Hotel, which at that time was a 5-star hotel. My wife said to me, "This man resembles Sayyid Musa al-Sadr himself." I told her, "It is indeed Sayyid Musa al-Sadr." We then asked him, would he join us for suhoor? For suhoor, indeed. We had the pre-dawn meal in his suite at the Al-Shati Hotel. The occasion, this significant moment, brought to mind the main keys that connected al-Sayyid Musa, his legacy deeply intertwined with Lebanon and the Arabs. After that, as dawn broke, we left. And by then, he had already left for Italy, specifically to Rome. After that, when I finally reached Beirut, I learned that news of him had completely ceased.
The reception at the airport was not up to par at Tripoli Airport on August 25, 1972. The Libyan media published only a small item and did not cover the Imam's visit. What most caused the Imam's displeasure was that he spent 6 days waiting at the Al-Shati Hotel in the capital, Tripoli, and the appointment with Muammar did not happen until the 31st. Thus, the Imam intended to meet Muammar and then leave for Paris as planned, to visit his wife, who was ill at the time in Paris, where she was being treated. So, the intention was to head to Paris immediately, and not to attend the Al-Fateh celebrations on the 1st of September. The next day, the Imam was going to depart. He wanted to meet Muammar and then leave.
He was moving about without any guards, and when I spoke with the Libyan ambassador, Salih al-Duroki, who was my friend, I said to him, "How is it that the Imam has no protection?" He said to me, "Here I am a citizen, not an ambassador. Therefore all I have is my own car, and I've given it to you. Do as you wish." And that's what happened.
Kobani's testimony added a new dimension to the mystery. It shows that Musa al-Sadr was convinced his trip to Libya would end safely, before its final hours turned into a riddle that has pursued the truth for more than 4 decades.
But the Imam did not go to Rome. He did not depart for Rome on that night, the night of August 31st, and we obtained judicial rulings from Italy that nullify the entire Libyan narrative. Muammar Gaddafi relied on the story of departure to Rome. The statement of his foreign ministry on September 17, 1978, 17 days later, said that the Imam had left for Rome on an Alitalia flight that evening. This is a lie, a charade, and we invalidated it with final Italian court judgment.
Al-Sanusi, who was present at this meeting, that is, the head of Libyan intelligence, was tasked with making Imam Musa al-Sadr disappear.
Gaddafi told the security men who escorted Imam al-Sadr to Gaddafi's tent to dismiss him. Here the wording became ambiguous to them. Dismiss him, meaning take him away, or dismiss him, meaning finish him off, eliminate him. Here the plot was lost, and the official Libyan story became that Imam Musa al-Sadr and his two companions left Libya for Italy and vanished there.
But the Imam, at least, and this is confirmed information, was detained at first in the Yanzur area, on the outskirts of Tripoli, an apparent security zone, a type of security detention within houses, and he remained there for several years. Then the Imam was moved among several prisons. We verified that for extended periods, and we could no longer obtain more information.
Among the most prominent chapters of ambiguity in the case is what later emerged about 3 people entering Italy using the passports of the Imam and his 2 companions. This identity theft operation was later documented in airport records, which sent the investigations spinning in circles and opened the door to endless questions.
His passport was used to prove that he left Libya and entered Italy. So, a person, a man who resembled him, was selected, and this passport was presented. He left Libya and entered Fiumicino Airport in Italy using Imam's Musa al-Sadr passport. Therefore, in the Italian police records, it appears that Imam Musa al-Sadr entered Italy.
The Imam never boarded the plane. The intelligence officers who impersonated the Imam and his 2 companions are known by name: Al-Ruhaibi and his 2 associates, Mansouri and Samun.
With Imam Musa al-Sadr's disappearance and that of his 2 companions, anxiety and anger swept Lebanon. Demonstrations erupted, demanding to reveal his fate, while institutions moved through their official channels to pressure the Libyan authorities and demand clarification of what happened.
The Lebanese state, the Imam's family, and the pillars of the higher Islamic Shiite Council mobilized when news of the Imam and his companions was cut off. And the one who reported that was the Lebanese ambassador, or the chargé d'affaires of the Lebanese embassy at the time in Libya, Mr. Nizar Farhat, who went to check on the Imam at the hotel. They told him, he left, meaning he did not vacate the room. He left, meaning he went out for an errand. They hadn't even cleared the hotel. So he became suspicious. Where did the Imam go? The then president, the late Elias Sarkis, and the then prime minister, the late Salim al-Hos, took action and tried to make contact with Muammar, but Muammar Gaddafi refused to answer Elias Sarkis's calls. May God have mercy on him, and the Libyan side did not respond at all. He imposed blackout and tried to evade contact, and this incriminates him.
Prime Minister al-Hos had called me several times and said, "Why don't you return to Libya to look for Syed Musa?" And I called, as I said, my friend Kamal Younes, in whose house I had met the Imam. He said to me, "Call me back in 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, he told me, he is in his suite at the hotel, which means that in Libya, they did not know the whole world was searching for Musa al-Sadr.
With the fall of Muammar Gaddafi's regime in the autumn of 2011, it was believed that the doors of truth would finally open. An official delegation, a delegation from Lebanon, including state representatives and Imam al-Sadr's family, set out for Tripoli, hoping to unravel the mystery of his disappearance. They toured official headquarters and security centers and met officials of the Libyan Transitional Authority in an attempt to seize any thread that might lead to the whereabouts of the Imam and his two companions, but despite media momentum accompanying the visit, the delegation returned to Beirut empty-handed.
In truth, when the regime fell, we immediately went, as an official follow-up committee tasked by the Council of Ministers, to Libya, to the capital, 3 days after the regime's fall, in October 2011. We were given promises, and there were subsequent high-level official visits. We were given promises, many times by the President, the Prime Minister, and the judicial and also the security leaderships to cooperate. But nothing happened. None of the promises were carried out, and nothing at all regarding the Imam's case. No serious investigations were carried out, even with Abdullah al-Sanusi, and the pillars of the regime who were imprisoned in Libya, among them Abdullah Hajizi and Farah, Abu Ghalia, and Ahmad Ramadan. There was never any serious investigation in the Imam's case.
We, through investigations, found the Imam's clothes, or what is believed to be his clothes. They contacted our Lebanese brothers in Benghazi and then in Tripoli, and we arranged for a judge from the Lebanese government to coordinate with the investigative committee and the prosecutor general's office. There was suspicion about a certain body, a certain grave, in a certain place. That grave, a mass grave, was not exhumed except with the knowledge of some of our brothers. In Lebanon, the judge attended and the members attended. The grave was exhumed, and a sample was taken from that body, which is believed. God knows best, whether it was the Imam's body or someone else's. We left the matter to the Lebanese government and authorities, as they have many scientific and technical means, and we entrusted the matter to them. He may have been imprisoned. Perhaps he's still in another prison we don't know about, or maybe he was moved elsewhere. But he is not the person who went to Italy. That is something certain, real, and factual.
In the midst of efforts to search for the truth, the committee following up the Imam al-Sadr case conducted DNA testing, but the results were decisive. The tests were negative and non-matching, and confirmed that everything that later appeared as claims about finding Imam Musa al-Sadr's remains was nothing but false reports, inconsistent with the Imam's characteristics and with scientific facts. After decades of ambiguity, the kidnapping of Hannibal Gaddafi in 2015 revived the file of Imam Musa al-Sadr and his two companions and pushed it again to the forefront of the Lebanese scene. Hannibal was living in Damascus as a political refugee after the fall of his father's regime, before he received a call from a security officer named Captain Fatima. It appeared to be a chance to meet the Syrian regime's leader, Bashar al-Assad, but that invitation was a carefully laid trap. Once he arrived at the agreed point, he fell into the hands of an armed group that transported him to Lebanon via rugged mountain roads using military corridors in order to avoid any Syrian inspection. Later, accusations were directed at former Lebanese MP Hassan Yaqub as being behind the operation.
As long as the total consensus of those who like and those who dislike says there is no real, serious action of substance, except for the matter of Hannibal Gaddafi, who is under the hand of the Lebanese judiciary, and one person described this as a trove of information. The central question: if I am accused of arriving at this result, then why did the world rise up against me? I was arrested, and there was an attempt to assassinate me physically, politically, and in the media, and the matter is still ongoing.
After days of secret detention, Hannibal appeared in a video with bruises on his face, issuing an appeal to anyone who has any information about Imam al-Sadr to disclose it. In this case, what I mean is, those who have any evidence should come forward to present it immediately, without stalling and without delay. He was handed over to the Lebanese authorities and has been detained since on charges of withholding information about Imam Musa al-Sadr's disappearance. Was not yet 2 years old when the incident occurred. 10 years have passed, during which he remained in detention without a clear trial, amid criticism from various human rights organizations.
Hannibal's problem is that he is Hannibal Muammar Gaddafi. That is Hannibal's problem. That is his only crime. Of course his case is moving even before international courts. There is also contact with global human rights organizations, including Human Rights Watch, which wrote an official report. That is, it contacted the Lebanese authorities and conducted its investigation and procedures regarding this file, and it issued an official public finding that he is a political detainee and an arbitrary detainee, and that he should be released immediately.
He decided to withhold the rest of the information and told the judicial investigator, "I will not say the rest of the information until I am on the plane. This is a crime, an offense," so he was immediately detained.
A person who has exculpatory information might try to withhold it at first and hold out, but not for 11 years. If Hannibal had any information, he would have given it from the first moment. Hannibal has no information. Consider the circumstances of all Hannibal and his life, how he grew up. The incident happened when he was less than 3 years old, and throughout his life he never held any position. And this is by official acknowledgement from the Libyan authorities after the Gaddafi regime. Diplomatically and as a matter of record, they say he held no security or military post.
The one who undertook to make the Imam disappear was Abdel Salam Jalloud, but without Muammar Gaddafi's knowledge. Hannibal tried to say that.
For 8 years, no judicial procedure has happened with him to this day, and he has not yet met the judge, and note the judicial investigator. Handling Hannibal's case, the judicial investigator had previously issued an indictment decision, and referred the case to the Judicial Council before the arrest of Hannibal al-Gaddafi. Here we may speak about whether he has the authority to look into his case. In any event, the file is with him, but it has still been in the investigative phase for 10 years. For the judiciary to be fair at least, if he has information or is involved in any crime in this context, he should be tried, an indictment should be issued, and the case sent to the Judicial Council, and the Judicial Council should determine his sentence if he is not innocent, and decide his punishment if he is not innocent. It determines his sentence.
The Lebanese Minister of Justice at the time, Major General Ashraf Rifai, considered that the detention of Hannibal Gaddafi was carried out unlawfully.
On the day Hannibal Gaddafi was detained, I was traveling outside Lebanon, and even the Minister of Justice does not have authority over sitting judges, whether they were trial judges or prosecutors or others. He was detained. After I returned, I learned he had been initially detained. 10 years have passed since, and I say again, this detention is neither legal, logical, nor normal. It is merely an expression of the Sunni's weakness. Were the Sunnis truly stronger, he would not be detained at all. According to Islamic law, no bearer of burdens shall bear the burden of another, meaning that when he was 2 years old, he bore no responsibility for anything. Fundamentally, even if the regime headed by his father was responsible, and the intelligence services in Libya were responsible, the child at 2 years old is absolutely not responsible.
At the time which Musa al-Sadr disappeared, Hannibal was 2 years old. What could he possibly tell? He was not involved in any of these matters, and had no role in intelligence or politics. His detention is strange, and it does not do the Lebanese system credit.
To say that Hannibal Gaddafi took part in the operation of the change, or in the kidnapping, how could he have taken part when he was 2 years old? That is not the point. The point is what Hannibal Gaddafi said. In the investigation, he declared he knows, but he stipulated he would not disclose that information until the aircraft stairs, when he departs and is released.
As for Hannibal, he does not believe in the fairness of the Lebanese judiciary. For him, he sees that God Those who kidnapped him in this manner are outside prison, while he has been in detention for 11 years. All the agreements related to human rights, from domestic law to the Constitution to the international conventions Lebanon has signed, have, in Hannibal's case, all been violated.
No one is taking revenge on him. He is not a hostage. We did not stalk Hannibal, and we were not concerned with Hannibal or anyone else. But when he gave some information and withheld the rest, he became implicated.
He is in the process of taking legal action before the international judiciary, toward securing his release, and even toward filing a claim against the Lebanese state for injustice, for the inequity and deprivation of liberty to which he has been subjected for 11 years.
Amid the swings of time and the shifts in the Lebanese scene, the lines of the last letter Imam Musa al-Sadr sent from Algeria remain to the Minister of Education at the time, Edmund Riz, testimony to a man who carried his country's burdens to the very last moment. A letter he wrote with a heart preoccupied with the teachers' issues in Lebanon while far from his land, to affirm that his constant concern was none other than Lebanon and its people.
This was the last letter. He sent no other. He said to me, "Your Excellency, my dear brother, Professor Edmund Riz, Minister of National Education from Algeria, the homeland of heroes, and after the Islamic Thought Forum, where I did my duty in the best way to represent Lebanon, greetings to you for all the efforts and stances you take on various important issues, which has made me remember you always. And I pray for your well-being. But I wish to gently remind you of what we agreed upon regarding the teachers' issue. I sincerely ask you, please do your utmost to reinstate them all, no matter what difficulties it may require. To do your utmost to reinstate them all, whatever difficulties that may require. May all God preserve you. All is in the service of the country and the people, the youth and the friends. Musa al-Sadr, he went to Libya after that and disappeared.
This continuing series of conflict between oppressor and oppressed, however you label both the oppressed and the oppressor.
But that heart that beat for the homeland suddenly fell silent in the late August 1978, leaving a deep void and hanging questions. 4 decades have passed, regimes have fallen, faces have changed, and this case has remained a riddle shrouded in silence, resistant to oblivion, as if the Imam departed on a journey with no return, leaving behind a people who await him and a homeland that awaits the truth and a justice yet unborn.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.